Okay, we got everybody online. I saw Rick. I see Lynn. All right, we got enough for a quorum anyway. So let's call to order tonight's meeting for the Missoula Consolidated Planning Board for July 16th, 2024, 6:02 p.m. And can we get roll call, please?
Roll call vote. Lynn Davis.
Here.
Derek Canwisher.
Here.
Shane Morrissey. Shane is absent. Toon Pham. Toon is absent. Josh Schrader.
Here.
Dave Loomis.
Here.
Peter Benson.
Here.
Rick Hall.
Here.
Sean McCoy.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have 7 regular members present. We have made quorum.
Outstanding, thank you. Okay, so I had some technical difficulties today with my computer, so I do not have a printed agenda, so everybody's going to have to just bear with me a little bit off of my handwritten agenda. Okay, so that brings us to approval of the minutes from our July 2nd meeting. Ideally, everybody got an opportunity to look through those for any changes or punctuation or whatever you may find. And if there's nothing to correct, oh, go ahead, Josh.
I just saw there was inconsistency with one name. I think it was Millard on page 7. Don Millard instead of, I think it was Malott.
Very nice find. That's a subtle one. You got that, Annalicia? I got it. Okay, outstanding. Okay, any other corrections that anybody found? Okay, otherwise we can entertain a motion for approval.
I move we approve the minutes.
Moved by Josh, second.
Second.
Seconded by Dave. And we'll just do an up and down vote. So all those in favor of approving the July 2nd minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Any abstentions? No abstentions. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, and that brings us to public comment on anything outside of tonight's agenda. So we have folks in-house and online. So if you're here to speak to one of the agenda items, the Garden Valley project or Aspire, this is not the time to speak that. This is anything off of tonight's agenda. So we'll go ahead and open that comment period up, and we'll get some instructions put up for folks if somebody needs to call in offline. And we'll just take a minute here since we have a really packed docket. So, if for some reason you're listening to me but you can't see any of this and you need to call in via a separate landline or cell phone, you can call 406-272-4824, phone conference ID 127-489-322 #. You can press *5 to raise and lower your hand to be recognized for public comment, and *6 to mute and unmute yourself. And we'll just take a quick second here. See if anybody, I don't see anybody in-house. Okay, am I missing anybody online? You see anybody? Okay, so not seeing anybody for this public comment portion on non-agenda items. We will go ahead and close that public comment period. And I don't believe we have any staff announcements at this time. So we'll go ahead and dive into the meat of things. And before I turn it over, we're going to have a little bit of a change in the structure. We're going to have the representatives present first, and then Jenny Jenny Dixon with the county is going to present. And we've got a lot to weed through for both of these. So we're going to ask the public to try and be concise, and I will try and be running the timer depending on how we're going. I tend to be a little lackadaisical, but I might be a little sharper today as far as time limits go because we have a little bit more of a packed house than we accustomedly see. And so I think with that, we'll just dive in, and I believe we have Jamie Arbacher, did I get that right? Is presenting with WGM for WGM Group.
Thank you. And we actually have a couple people presenting tonight, knowing that this is such a large subdivision. So I will start by sharing my screen and introducing our team. Okay, so again, and for the record, this is Jamie Erbacher with WGM Group. This is for Grass Valley Gardens, which is a major subdivision and planned unit development, otherwise known as a PUD. Advance. There we go. So for our agenda tonight, we are going to start off with Matt Malott. He is one of the developers from Grass Valley Gardens, LLC. He will go over the conceptual overview with you. I will follow up and go over the general subdivision. Julie Merritt with WGM will discuss water rights. Bruce Anderson will follow up with water quality and water quantity. And then Don Malott, also with Grass Valley Gardens LLC, will finish up our presentation with sewer. So with that, Matt, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Matt Malott with Grass Valley Gardens LLC, part of the development group. So thank you for the opportunity to pitch our case here to this planning board for the Grass Valley Gardens subdivision. And I'll start tonight with 3 whys and then the what, and then the rest of the group here will get more into the how of this subdivision and the technical matters of it. But to start with the whys, the first why for why this project should go forward is that or why I'm even in housing development to begin with, is that I fundamentally believe that the way you build a strong society is to extend the ownership net as widely as you possibly can. And for most people, ownership in their community means some stake in the land in where they live. And so things that build that extend the net of ownership, I think strengthen our community. So that's the why of being in housing development. And it echoes something that I think FDR was famous for saying, which was that a nation of homeowners, of people who own a real share in their land, are unconquerable. And it builds a strong nation, builds a strong community. And that is the why behind us being in housing development to begin with. My first housing development project in Missoula was in 2018. And we built, me and one partner built a handful of infill homes at 7th and Johnson in Missoula. And we set out to build starter homes, so a way into the market for people that grew up like us, where you don't have family money, you don't have any of this kind of things. You're looking for a way into ownership to where you can start building equity. And so we built a handful of these infill homes. They were 2-bed, 2-bath, 840 square feet, no garage, 0.03 acre lot. But it was accessible because at the time, I think the median household income in Missoula County was $56,000, and we were able to sell them in 2017, 2018 for $199,000 and make a profit. So that's 3.5 times the median household income to home price. Now, that exact same house, if you go on Realtor.com, it's listed for sale for $475,000, which is, even though household income has gone up, that is 7 times the median household income of somebody in Missoula County. So I think what that's indicative of or illustrative of is that the housing system is broken here, and it's due mainly to a lack of supply. The demand has been steady and constant, but the supply has not kept up. So the why behind this project, one of the whys is that when you have scale and relatively cheap land, you can deliver units and deliver supply into the market that will have a fundamental impact on the availability and affordability of housing. A key goal for this home, and a subdivision approval by itself does not get you there, but it gets you a long way on the road. The key goal of this development is to deliver a starter home offering that is at 5 times the median household income from Missoula County for somebody that is median household size. So starter home is a commonly used phrase, but that is one of the key objectives that we're after. And approval of a project of this scale is what helps us get towards that. We have 9 other points that we will incorporate into the construction and development of these homes. That is one key objective of our development here. So the next why is why this property in particular. I live about 2 miles north of this property, just off of Keefe Creek Boulevard. And I moved there in 2018 into that house, and quickly noticed that it's a 20-minute drive from where we lived into town every time you need a carton of milk or you need, a hammer at the hardware store. And so, yeah, it's like you move out to the country, like, okay, you expect that, but then you start looking into some of the data and you're like, oh, there's 1,700 people that live out here and there's 1,600 jobs right by the Y. And it's like, there's a lot of people that are going in and back and forth for like small trips into Missoula. And that is the thing that creates traffic and pressure and emissions and like all the things that people don't like about, sprawl concepts. And what I do for a day job is, in commercial real estate, is find gaps in a market. And when you see transportation corridors like 93, Highway 90, or Interstate 90, job centers, and then population with no services, that's a clear signal being created by the market that there's demand for town center services. So grocery store, hardware stores, other retail services, things like that. So that's the next why is like it is clear that there's a need for a town center type development here. And then the third why is that since I moved out there, I've been paying attention to what this board and what the Missoula County has put forth as a vision for the county and how it grows in the future. I think that's characterized best by the 2019 land use element, which specifically designates this area west of Dayshaw Lane as an area for a planned neighborhood. So planned neighborhood meaning urban scale densities, gridded streets, and then retail services being provided. And it specifically, this property falls inside of that we're talking about here. So when you look and see what the county has said, this is what we want, and they put it into the growth policy or the land use element, you say, okay, that's good reason to take notice. And also it makes all the sense in the world because of the things that we talked about before, where you have I-90, Highway 93, job center, all of those things. So you look at that and say that this is what the county wants. It makes all the sense in the world to do. And then 2 years ago, the county adopted the updated code, and this board approved it, and with great reason. And we, my day-to-day job, we interact with all kinds of different zoning codes. And I would say that the 2022 Missoula code update is one of the most forward-looking codes I have seen anywhere, hands down, because it gives tools to developers, to the private sector, to go solve problems such as housing availability and to design neighborhoods well where you don't consume all of your green land. You do compact, connected town centers that actually they develop green land into where every acre that you have, you're able to comfortably accommodate more people per acre than by doing, what would be considered sprawl development. So town centers make all the sense in the world. The county set the vision for it in 2019 and then further gave the tools for it in the 2022 zoning code. And so now what we are asking is we have heard you and we have tried to design a project over the course of the last 3 years that meets the vision and then takes the code and enacts it and tries to make a dent into housing availability, housing affordability, and not just that, but to actually build a place that is you would want to live, where you want, you'd be happy for your kids to walk around, the streets and feel safe, and that the parks are nice, and that there's a reason to come to this community. So that's the third why for us on this project. What I would I guess to get into the what side of it, so that's the why. The what is we are submitting the first four, we have submitted the first four phases of what we intend to be a master plan development that would extend over more phases than this. So out to 13 potential phases. We worked on a master plan for about a year with a local design firm, and this is what we are intending to do. So we've submitted the first four phases, but this is the master plan for this area that meets all those elements lined up in the 2019 land use element, and then basically takes the Missoula County Code from 2022 and implements it. And what you can see is that dead smack in the middle of this development, it is a mini town built around a 45-acre permaculture farm. And not as a showpiece, but as a actual place where it is farmed, it is worked. I met representatives from CFAC out there yesterday to start to plan out who farms where and what and how, because we want the food to be the center of the community. And the reason for that, there's dozens of examples of these developments throughout the country, but food is something that we all have in common, that we all need, almost everybody likes, and it's a great way to unite people in gathering spots, and it's a point of commonality. And I think that is it becomes the seed of a great community that, we'd be all proud to live in, happy to live in, and we would be proud to put our names on as developers. So that's the why and the what. We'll get much more into the how with the technical aspects. Next, we'll have Jamie Erbacher come back up, talk about the subdivision process and some of the land use elements.
Thank you for that, Matt. So as Matt very well said, Missoula County has been looking forward and setting the stage for future development at the Y since actually 2005 when they developed the Y area Mullen Plan. In 2016, the county adopted a new growth policy where they identified the Y as an area for growth. In 2019, the land use element and future land use map were adopted, again focusing on the Y as an area for urban expansion. In 2021-2022, the county revised the archaic 1970s zoning to be in line with the 2019 land use element and zoned the subject property neighborhood residential. Shortly after this, 2 tax increment finance districts were developed, one in 2020 and the other in 2023. And those boundaries are shown in the lower left-hand corner on my screen. The first one is in green, and then the exterior blue boundary is the 2023 boundary of that YTED. On the heels of establishing the second tax increment financing district, the county contracted services for the development of the Y infrastructure plan. This is a 50-year infrastructure plan, which will create a vision for how Missoula County will address infrastructure deficiencies in the Y area, such as roads, water, wastewater, broadband, and more. Missoula County is a community of advocates and activists, all of whom have strong opinions. We understand it's not common for all to agree on this project and what does happen at the Y, but we must recognize that the Y is currently a job and economic center. We must work together to efficiently use the land and preserve other areas from development. To do this, urban scale developments are required to generate a taxable value per acre that is sufficient to be self-sustaining for infrastructure construction and maintenance. So as we look at the Y, we see a number of properties that have already undergone subdivision review. However, not all of this land may be developed to its fullest potential due to the lack of infrastructure. Then we see 6 new developments in the purple, 4 of which are already entitled, that being Running W or Missoula Meadowlands in the upper right-hand corner, O'Keefe Creek, where Matt lives, Alexandra Estates, and Riverside Industrial. Riverside Industrial actually sits just south of this property. It is an industrial and residential subdivision. And then Grass Valley Gardens is on the left-hand side, 187 acres, and Grass Valley Industrial is in the center of this map. These developments are denser in nature due to the sewer and water infrastructure proposed with the developments or that are available through city. These developments, as I just mentioned, include Grass Valley Gardens, but it will be instrumental in building the tax increment within the TED that can then be used for public infrastructure improvements. The 2023 TED was formed to facilitate workforce housing as a seed for urban development. Grass Valley Gardens is one of a few mixed-use developments that will have self-sustaining infrastructure, but that can later tie into a larger regional system, be it water, wastewater, or road network. The infrastructure plan will be a mechanism that can be utilized for the next 50 years in developing regional infrastructure improvements. The forward thinking on behalf of the county, and in particular the commissioners, can drive Missoula's economic and community health. Once the Y builds out, it is gone, so we must work together to implement the community's vision as stated in the growth policy, the land use element, the TED documents, and the zoning regulations. So focusing back on Grass Valley Gardens in particular, the growth policy designation for this property is planned neighborhood. The goal of this designation is to accommodate a range of residential options that contribute to countywide housing diversity. Residential density should be planned for 8 units per acre or greater and contain a mix of building types providing a range of housing options. Commercial buildings shall be sited along arterial or collector roads, providing clusters of limited commercial activity with a compatible intensity level, scale, and form to the adjacent neighborhood. Grass Valley Gardens is proposing to do just this, a mix of commercial and residential development, all within a neighborhood scale. The zoning designation for this property is right in line with the growth policy. The designation is neighborhood residential. Purpose of this district is to provide a mix of homes and neighborhood-scale professional and commercial services in urbanizing areas of the county where public water and service is available. Zoning serves as a transition between lower-density residential, for example, to the west, and more intensive commercial areas, such as the industrial center to the east. Mobility and access are characterized by a complete street network that includes protected or buffered bikeways, sidewalks, and enhanced crossings. The district is defined by shorter block lengths and traditional grid pattern network. A minimum density of 8 dwelling units per acre is required with this neighborhood residential zoning. This is important to note. We again recognize that not all of Missoula area residents may be ready for that type of density at the Y. However, it is a minimum, and we must connect to a public sewer and water system as defined by DEQ. So what does 8 dwelling units per acre look like? It's exactly as the purpose statement states, a mix of housing types, including apartments and single-family housing. We're accomplishing this through a planned unit development, or PUD subdivision. The Grass Valley Gardens PUD subdivision provides narrower streets with bulb outs for safety, increased non-motorized transportation options, multi-generational living, an opportunity for ag development, farm to table, commercial operations, and the ability to live where you work. The purpose of a PUD subdivision is to encourage creative subdivision designs that are superior to the design typically produced under the subdivision regulations. Flexibility in certain standards is provided in the subdivision regulations as part of a PUD to promote mixed land uses and clustered designs that better respond to a natural site characteristics, reducing the infrastructure cost and accommodating common areas. To accomplish this, we are able to obtain a waiver from the lots and block requirements within the subdivision regulations and the transportation standards, so long as public health and safety is not compromised. We believe that we meet at least 3, if not all of the criteria in application for this waiver for the PUD. Those include natural characteristics of the land, preservation of natural characteristics of the land, developing an efficient infrastructure, protection of cultural and historic resources, dedication of common area in excess of the parkland requirements, and the actual development of the recreational areas. So Grass Valley Gardens is a staged subdivision, and we call it staged because phasing typically means that you're developing everything all at once. We're not necessarily doing that. We are doing 4 phases as part of one stage, and then we will come back later with additional phases in another stage, if you will. So for example, in the lower right-hand corner, you see the first 4 phases. That is what we are working with today. Assuming we work towards approval with this development, we would come back like with phases 5, 6, and 7 and develop those in the next subdivision. We are required to plat the large, what we're calling Lot A, and that is basically the undeveloped area in Phase 4, so the larger pink area on the upper left-hand side. And we're required to plat that because it is considered a lot under subdivision regulations and it's less than 160 acres. At this time, we don't intend to develop it, but just note that we do have to include it as a lot within the subdivision. One item to note outside of the agricultural development that Matt spoke to is with future phases of the subdivision, there is the opportunity to dedicate land to the school district, Frenchtown School District, and provide another location for a school in this area. So as we look at the design of the road system, we see varying road widths from 36 feet as shown in the orange to 20 feet as shown in the blue. The reduction in roadway width is in a combination with bulb outs at the end of the streets and roundabouts at the entrance of the subdivision will reduce speeds on the internal subdivision roadways. Parallel parking will still be allowed on most streets, with the exception of those shown in purple and green. We're providing for future connections at this stage of the subdivision, as shown at the west, and so the cul-de-sacs at the west, those will eventually extend further out. And then at the south end, we also have a connection that would lead down to further development. Additionally, and although unlikely, if the property to the north further develops, conditional access easements can extend to the north as well, as shown on the furthest west end of the Orange Road heading north-south, and the second easterly extension as well. The conditional access easements provide connections to begin to build that road network and non-motorized transportation system sought by the county plans. A looped, non-motorized multimodal transportation system is planned with accessible routes. This non-motorized transportation system will connect the development to future harvesting and crop areas, neighbors to neighbors, future commercial uses, and the common areas and park features. Additionally, almost an acre native species growth and harvesting area could be provided. That is shown in the lower right-hand hatched area on the screen. This came about after comments received from the Salish Bay Cultural Committee. Sorry, I hope I got that correct. During conversation with the director, we found out that this may not be their true desire, and so we are continuing conversations with them to see if they may want to have us include some sort of interpretive signage along the trail system acknowledging their heritage. So again, we have set that aside. If they do desire it, it may be that they just don't want to manage it. We're not fully sure yet, but we're still continuing that conversation. In the event that they do not want that area for a harvesting location, we have included within our proposal that that would then just be managed by the overall HOA with the general common area. Off-site road improvements will be limited to 2 deceleration lanes and a trail fronting Highway 10. The deceleration lanes will be completed in the first 3 phases of the subdivision as warranted. While the traffic impact study has identified intersection impacts, these impacts are not solely based on the development of this subdivision, and further conversations with MDT, the MPO, Missoula County, and the City of Missoula are happening as the Y infrastructure plan develops. These intersection impacts are seen as a regional issue that either already exists or will just continue to be exacerbated as the Y area continues to develop. So therefore, a larger solution is being considered, which may include funding from the Y TED or other transportation grants, or There's impact fees that can help cover parks and trail improvements. So there are funding options out there, and all of this will go into that Y infrastructure plan. With regards to schools, we have been in close contact with Les Myers, the superintendent of Frenchtown School District. We do have his support for this development, and he recognizes that not all 4 phases of the subdivision will be built out at one time, and that in a future stage of this development, land could be dedicated to the district for another school location. There is a bus stop currently located at the intersection of Deshaw Lane and Highway 10. Depending on demand of the subdivision, there may be an opportunity for a second bus stop or relocating that existing bus stop within the subdivision boundary. There are no existing ag water user facilities on site. However, the soils are considered farmland of local importance. As we understand it, this land is not currently irrigated, but does produce 1 cutting of hay a year. The developer, also known as Matt and Don, as Matt said, has been working with CFAC and other local groups to regenerate or determine how to regenerate, best to regenerate the soils and develop the permaculture concept Matt previously discussed. Again, with that central focus on the permaculture development. Through this development, we will see protected farmland, food production space, agri-hood event space, farm stands and markets, edible landscapes, all connected to a larger community through an accessible trail network. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Julie Merritt from WGM to talk about water rights.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Julie Merritt. That's Merritt, and I am with WGM Group. I'm here to talk a little bit about the water rights. So this land is located outside of the existing city water and sewer infrastructure, and the plan is to develop a public water supply for this development, and that will involve drilling multiple wells and going through the Department of Natural Resources and Conservation water right permitting process to obtain the necessary permits for that water supply. So the DNRC water right permitting process is extensive and very detailed. The applicant is required to prove certain criteria before the DNRC will issue a water right permit. The first of those criteria is physical and legal water availability. And this means that adequate water is in the proposed location over and above the amount that is needed for the existing water rights. This ties into the second criteria, which is that new water right users cannot have an adverse impact on senior groundwater or surface water right holders. In short, either there must be enough water legally available for all the senior water rights and the new use, or the applicant must provide mitigation to offset that new use. Mitigation is the route that this development will be going, and I'll explain a little bit more about that in just a moment. I want to mention the third main criteria that needs to be addressed in a water right permit, and that is beneficial use. And that means that the use is recognized under DNRC rules as beneficial, and of course, residential and commercial uses fall into that category. But more importantly, the beneficial use means that it ensures that the permit is for enough water to address the needs that are proposed, but that excess water is not being reserved for future use that the applicant cannot currently put to use. So proving these criteria requires extensive aquifer testing to evaluate the yield and the influence of the new wells. So to talk a little bit about mitigation and how that works, the Y area is located within what we refer to as the Middle Clark Fork River Basin, which is technically still open to new appropriations of water, unlike the Bitterroot Basin next door, which is legislatively closed to any new water rights appropriations. That said, Avista Corporation owns large hydropower water rights on the Clark Fork River at Knoxon Dam. These rights are for more water than there typically is in the river most of the time. This is why mitigation is required. So several years ago, the folks at the Grass Valley French Ditch Company went through the DNRC's process to convert a portion of their water rights from agricultural use to mitigation. Through that process, they set up the first private water bank in the state of Montana. Under the DNRC's authorization, they are allowed to sell or lease water to other users. When someone buys water from Grass Valley French Ditch, that water is left in the river to offset any impact that there could be from the new water right on Avista's senior water rights. So for mitigation to be effective, the water must be made available to offset the new use in timing, location, and amount. Typically, mitigation for new year-round uses with irrigation water rights, which are seasonal, means that the timing requirement is difficult to meet. However, in this particular condition, because of the large storage capacity at Knoxon Reservoir, that means the water can be released into the river during the summertime and stored in the reservoir, so it's available for Avista to use for hydropower. And finally, I want to point out that in addition to the surface water that we've been talking about, the DNRC does also consider potential impacts to groundwater users in the area. Bruce will explain a little bit further about the local aquifer, the larger Missoula aquifer, and the testing that we've done so far. Based on that testing that we have done and what we know from extensive studies of the Missoula aquifer, we do not anticipate any adverse effects to any existing water rights. And actually, on the very bottom of that slide, there's a typo there, but what the DNRC looks at for when they talk about adverse impact to, that should say existing instead of extension wells. If there's going to be more than a 1-foot drawdown on any existing wells, that's what they would consider an adverse impact. If that long-term drawdown is going to be less than a foot, then they consider that that is not adverse impact. There are very few wells that would be within the zone of influence of the wells that we're developing for this subdivision. So we don't anticipate any concerns about adverse impacts to existing water users. And that is all I have. I'll be available for questions.
Hi, my name is Bruce Anderson. I'm the senior hydrologist at WGM Group in Missoula. Been there since 2011, and prior to that, I was the president of Land and Water Consulting. One of my first jobs actually was working on that Sunside West well up O'Keefe Creek, so I have a long history out in the area here. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the testing we've done for the wells, test wells out there at Grass Valley. And I'll start with just this map, which will obviously tough to see, but we've drilled 4 wells, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in sequence. And each of them has been tested either briefly or extensively to determine the water yield and the aquifer characteristics. These have been drilled to a depth of anywhere from 244 feet to 418 feet. So there's, most of them are in that 300 to 400 range, just the one shallow one. They're spaced across the site in my assistance so that we can have a good idea what the landscape looks like in terms of the groundwater hydrology in the development. The groundwater actually is pretty well understood, notwithstanding some of the O'Keefe Creek specific work that's been done up the valley. Just in the area here in the Clark Fork Valley, in the vicinity here. There was a groundwater study done by AMIC in 2010 you may be aware of, documented the regional groundwater characteristics there all the way through Smurfit Stone's Wellfield. And there were cross-sections that were developed as part of that study, and one of those cross-sections that shows sort of a conceptual idea of what the lithology looks like at depth was this cross-section AA. Our wells fall very close to the left side of that diagram there at a point labeled A. Essentially what this valley looks like here is kind of a huge bathtub full of layered clays, sand, and gravel. The different layers are represented there conceptually based on the borings from a variety of well logs in that cross-section. It's a little bit more of a complicated environment than, say, like the university area or middle of Missoula, which is just a bathtub full of bowling balls. Like, it's one of the most productive aquifers in the world. This is a little more complicated, but still like highly productive aquifer, as I'll show you in a minute here. So this layering means that these wells interact with each other potentially, or sometimes they're a little isolated from each other, but they're basically part of the same unit. So these wells 1 through 4, we had yields that range from 80 to 380 gallons a minute. The drawdown during pumping at the 2 more productive wells, wells 3 and 4, was 100 and 120 feet respectively, which is only a portion of the saturated thickness of the aquifer there. And one thing we noted is that the influence of pumping in well 4 on a well that's 200 feet away was only 6 feet. So the water draws down to 120 in the well, 200 feet away, you only see 6 feet of drawdown. At 1,000 feet, you see nothing. So addressing a little bit of that adverse impact idea that Julie presented, if you're, even at these pumping rates, which are far beyond what we're requesting, right? 380 gallons a minute, at 1,000 feet, you wouldn't even see a drop of impact in terms of water elevation in your well, certainly. So it turns out this is a highly productive spot. And of course, you know, we all have some knowledge, presumably as residents, that, you know, O'Keefe Creek is a fairly dry area, especially as you go up that valley. But that's a different aquifer scenario than where we are here. We're off of O'Keefe Creek, we're not in line with that, and we're well down the valley. In fact, that cross-section AA I showed you is a representation that shows essentially these wells are tapping in to what is the Clark Fork Valley system, not the higher elevation O'Keefe. So again, talking about adverse impacts, relatively certain that we wouldn't see any impacts whatsoever on senior water rights users, whether surface or groundwater there. What happens here, these are preliminary tests. In fact, one of the wells is being tested right now. It should be done in about 15 minutes. What we do is we take all this data and we analyze it pretty comprehensively, and we need to present that to DNRC as part of our water rights application to demonstrate what mitigation requirements we have with respect to Vista and surface water, demonstrate any adverse impacts that we potentially could have on existing groundwater users, and also have a comprehensive idea on how this well field will work. If all wells are connected or a couple wells are connected, and we don't have that design completely dialed in, but there's plenty of water. In fact, there's enough water out of just one single well to supply the 83 GPM we need. So between the 4 wells, we obviously have plenty. We use multiple wells in public water supplies for redundancy and other reasons. I'll just give you just a quick snapshot of what this well test looks like in the pumping well. If we turn the well on, the water snaps down 120 feet, and then it stabilizes. That line there represents over 2 days of pumping. That well is still pumping now for another 15 minutes, and we'll have 72 hours worth of data. But it stabilizes, and what that line shows you when it draws down and then it stabilizes is that there's not like a constraint, like a boundary condition or a limitation that we're running out of water. It's like continuously replenishing at this pumping rate of 380 gallons a minute. So that's a pretty robust test right there, because it's 4 times what we need. And then we can also look at how quickly it responds, you know, when we turn the pump off. Does it recharge quickly as well? And they're mirror images. So we snap it on and off a little bit, see it draw down, see it recover. So having that quick stabilization and then quick recovery is a great sign. It means you've got a super productive aquifer there without any kind of quirky boundary condition limitations. That's not always the case, but fortunately in Missoula, we ended up with a lot of really clean results like that. So one of the things we know about just from these preliminary tests is that that drawdown that we see in the well attenuates very quickly with distance, doesn't radiate out long, long ways. So it's fairly confined to the site. Even when we pumped at 380 gallons a minute, our drawdown was only 120 feet, which sounds like a lot, but realize there's a lot of drawdown that happens just because of the well inefficiency. It's not necessarily an aquifer limitation solely, but you get 100 or 200 feet out, you only see 6 feet of drawdown. And then the other wells we looked at, Trap Club, and the other two test wells we had, number 1 and 2, which are between 1,640 feet and 2,360, we saw no influence whatsoever, even on the site. So the idea we'd see like impacts or radius zone of influence propagating far out from our appropriation, our wells, is going to be pretty low probability. So we're confident that we have physical availability, legal availability, and we're confident we can address any sort of adverse impact or mitigation requirements, as Julie explained, how the Grass Valley ditch would work. So this analysis is fairly comprehensive. It gets vetted by DNRC. In conjunction with them, they're scrutinized pretty closely, underlying assumptions in the model and the analytical results we present. And based on that technical analysis, that's sort of the underpinnings of how you apply for this new appropriation and determine if you need mitigation and how much. I think that's mostly what I've got there. As I mentioned, peak water demand is 83 GPM, so we pumped, anywhere from 2 to 4 times that amount at each of those wells, so we're comfortable that the water is available. Unlike to impact groundwater users in the vicinity, including up the valley in O'Keefe Creek, we can offset any of our consumptive use with mitigation water from the Grass Valley ditch, and we're in good shape in terms of water availability at this site, which I'm pleased to say. Here you go.
Okay, my name is Don Malott, excuse me, and I'm with Ethos Civil, and I will address briefly, I'm going to try to make this quick because I know we've presented a lot of information. Briefly, the wastewater situation, wastewater process that we're looking at for the project. Also on the Teams call is Hunter Moricall with the WGM group, and so he will be available also for questions if they may come up later in the meeting. First, wanted to just give a very high-level overview of the project and how it will function from a wastewater perspective. You can see the site here. Basically, the entire 4 phases will use a gravity sewer system. That gravity sewer system will drain essentially to the northwest of the site at the low point there. At that location, we'll have a sewer lift station, which will then pump to a membrane bioreactor, also known as an MBR. And then from there, the highly treated effluent will be discharged into infiltration facilities underground. So that's the high-level overview. Have some information here sort of showing some of our math. I won't get into the details of this other than to say, looking at the number of residential units we are projecting for the project, 445, and 250 gallons per day per unit, basically yields roughly 120,000 gallons, a little less than that. And so that is the design flow that the wastewater treatment system will be designed to handle for these 4 phases. And so you can see other numbers there as well. Some more information here. This shows you that over the last 2 years, we have done a lot of soil explorations on this site. We're nearing 50 different soil explorations, including geotech, test pits for sewer, percolation tests for sewer, the production wells that were just mentioned, as well as a number of monitoring wells. We have done a lot of work over the last 2 years to really understand the soil characteristics out here, both for water and for wastewater, and wanted to give you a sense of all the work that's been done to date. Some more information here regarding the discharge permit process that we're going through. The Department of Environmental Quality at the state requires very extensive testing before we ever discharge effluent into the ground. And so we're required to provide baseline data for 3 quarters. We've already done 2 of those tests. The 3rd test has been taken, and the results will be forthcoming here in the next week or so. So you can see the data that has been acquired so far. A little bit of a graphic of the infiltration testing that was being done out on the site in the location where we intend to discharge the effluent. So you can see how this works. This is basin flooding, so this is a large-scale test to really see what would happen when you have large quantities of water over a period of time infiltrating into the ground. And then here you can see some of the various agencies that are involved, the process that's involved for water and wastewater, that should say water and wastewater, for permitting, Department of Environmental Quality, as we talked about, the COSA process, Missoula County Environmental Health is involved as we look at wastewater. DNRC also overlaps and is involved. And then obviously the county subdivision process beyond this point. Wanted to just mention a little bit about the membrane bioreactor, the MBR, that we're intending to use on the site. This is a prepackaged wastewater treatment plant, and they are basically skid mounted. They're designed and constructed off-site and brought to the site. They're basically a plug-and-play system. They're very compact. They're tested and reliable, and they've been used all over the state. They've been used all over the country. They produce a very high-quality effluent. And as I was just mentioning, the effluent that comes out of an MBR system is among the highest quality. So the effluent that we would be looking at here would be equal to or better than the city of Missoula effluent because of the quality of effluent that occurs with an MBR system. And I'll stop there. I think that will wrap up our presentation. We'll all be around for questions if you have them or if the public has them. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Appreciate all of your guys' time and making your presentations. Okay, Julie, you're up. Jenny, I'm sorry, Jenny. Look at my notes first.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Jenny Dixon. I'm with Planning, Development, Sustainability for Missoula County. I have been working on this project with the subdivider for almost exactly 1 year to get it to this point. what I want to do this evening, as Sean said, we've taken a little bit of a different approach with the developer presenting first. And what that's going to do is allow me to really hone in on the findings in the staff report and the recommended conditions that, that the findings that enable you to take action on this project and, if approved, add conditions based on impacts and mitigations needed for those impacts. So there may be a little bit of repetition of what developer said, but I'm going to try to keep it short, sweet, and focused on those findings and conclusions and conditions of approval. So to start, why are you not? I think, there we go. So the property is located along Highway 10 West, about a mile west of the Y interchange. The land is vacant with some agricultural use, generally flat with some rolling hills, if you haven't been out there. Grass Valley Gardens, represented by WGM Group, plans to develop 218 residential lots, 7 commercial lots, and a 121-acre area, which Jamie described as Lot A, for future development on this entire acreage of 187.5 acres. Residential units range from single-family homes to large apartment buildings and are proposed on the internal lots. Which these are the first 4 phases up here. Is my cursor showing? Okay. This internal area are residential lots, and actually here along the northern boundary, and along Highway 10 are the proposed commercial lots, 7 of them. New on-site sewer and water systems are proposed. We just got a good explanation of both of those. Future development beyond these 4 phases would will depend on potential city sewer connection in the future or development of a system that can accommodate that, which, as I understand it at this point, would need to be connection to city sewer. Approval of this subdivision will include a condition for a waiver of protest of an RSID for public sewer connection. Jamie mentioned the property is within that Y infrastructure planning area, which is intended to address and, intended to assess and develop infrastructure that is lacking in the area, and which is also needed to support this future growth. It is also within that Y2 TED boundary she showed you, and that should create opportunities for infrastructure development to serve this subdivision as well as the larger Y area. This 187 acres, which shown here on this master plan, actually excludes this area. One of the maps that Jamie's team showed clearly identified this eastern edge or eastern 40 acres as excluded. It's not part of the current ownership. I think the plan is to acquire that because this is, they've master planned this entire 230-some acre area. And this is their aspirational goal for future development into the future. But we are focused right now on these first 4 phases. This was master planned as what is termed an agrihood, emphasizing physical connections, reducing car reliance, and supporting multi-generational living. Key features of this master plan include a permaculture park, which is centered around a farm, an orchard, a community garden, farm hall, community centers, and makerspace markets. Integrated into this area are residential mixed housing units, parks, trails, and that light commercial use along Highway 10. Let's see here. This is the phasing plan. Jamie had a slide of this as well, and it shows the 4 phases that are going to develop from east to west. So phase 1 is in the green, includes 6 of the 7 commercial lots and 51 residential lots and some common area. Phase 2 is intended to be developed or platted by 2030, and it includes that 1 remaining commercial lot and 54 residential lots. Phase 3 includes 59 residential lots, shown here in the orange, and then Phase 4 is this area here. It's in the pink, as is Lot A. Lot A will then remain undeveloped until such time as they can develop it. And Phase 4 is intended for plating by 2036.
Something camp this week. Yesterday, they swam at Red Rocks and did all the stuff. Today, Quinn rafted on the river.
Do you want
Logan
to
Mountain.
meet, whoever's
Tomorrow
talking
we're-
on their phone, maybe mute? Thank you. Thank you very much. Each phase is intended to be self-sufficient so that if no future phases are platted, it will meet all requirements of the subdivision regulations that are necessary for access, other infrastructure, and utilities. Phases that are submitted more than 5 years after a preliminary plat approval, which could potentially happen in the next month or two, must be re-reviewed for impacts to primary review criteria and potentially the addition of new conditions. That is a new state law. I might come back to this map, because the plat is really hard to read, but I'm going to move forward to talk a little bit about the PUD subdivision, but ultimately I do want to show you on the plat some key features. The property, as Jamie mentioned, is zoned NR residential, accommodates low-intensity commercial uses and residential development at a minimum of 8 per acre. This development capacity or minimum is evaluated at the time of building permit. And it's based on the net lotted area of 66 acres. So we're expecting, and that's why we're expecting it to yield 445 homes at a minimum. Other elements that are reviewed at the time of building permit include setbacks and height, lot coverage, building types, parking and landscaping, and hillside development standards to ensure conformance with the zoning. The subdivision does align with the Missoula area land use element and the county growth policy designation of planned neighborhood, and encourages logical growth, maintains rural character, supports diverse housing types, and minimizes natural resource impact, looking at the overall master plan. If at least 3 of the 5 criteria are met, as listed in the PUD subdivision regulations, the subdivision can be deemed a qualifying PUD, and certain sections of the regulations may be waived. I've got here, I think something that Jamie read, but for you to read as well. This is what the purpose and intent of a PUD subdivision is, and it's really to allow superiority in design, flexibility of the regulations that will take into account some mixed uses, the site characteristics, and thus allow some deviations from transportation standards and lots and blocks, as long as reviewing agencies have not identified any adverse public health and safety impacts of those proposed waivers. This PUD proposes to deviate from 5 sections of the subdivision regulations. One is the maximum block length. The other 4 have to do with transportation standards. One is the maximum road grade at certain locations. That has been reviewed and preliminarily approved by the Fire District and Public Works. Curb, gutter, and boulevard deviations, ADA compliance for non-motorized facilities, and that actually is only in this one location here down a hill to get to the trail that encompasses this development. And finally, non-motorized facilities. There are some walkways that are less than the required 6 feet down to 5 feet. So pretty minimal, but attempting to look at this more holistically, how this works, and making sure that public health and safety is protected while providing that superiority in design. So staff has concluded that this proposed subdivision does meet the intent and 4 of the 5 PUD criteria, and in doing so preserves natural resources, integrates efficient infrastructure, exceeds the parkland dedication requirement, and emphasizes recreational and open space development. I do want to just use this plat to orient you to a few key features of the subdivision. You have your Highway 10 with 2 access points to roundabouts that lead to Farm Market Lane, which is the primary commercial type road, and then to all the other residential roads within this subdivision, developing out in phases with common areas generally on the south boundary of each phase. There is some slope, and it's a little hard to tell because this also shows the 1 acre growth and harvesting area that they proposed, but a different kind of hatch mark, as you see here. I hope you can see this. And over here are some areas of slope over 25%. None of the lots are fully encumbered by that 25% and allow a building area outside, but should they need the area with 25% slope for development, the zoning allows that as a special exception review, though not likely going to be necessary. As part of Phase 3 is a Vista Point, a hilltop park. And then also part of Phase 4 is something akin to what we developed regulations for in our new zoning code called a cottage court. And this area in here on the western end, between the 2 cul-de-sac type roads, is, and then also near to the Hilltop Park, is a development that's more like a cottage court where they'll have some shared parking. We've been talking a lot tonight about diversity of housing types, and so this really shows the different lot sizes, the larger ones more accommodating of the multifamily type development. What I want to do at this point is go through the primary review criteria, which are intended to assure minimal disruption to agriculture, to enhance the local services through improved access and utilities, and provide comprehensive measures for wildlife conservation and public safety. So I'm going to start with roads. Except for the approved access points on to the subdivision that I pointed out, a 1-foot no access strip is included along Highway 10 West. So those will be the only 2 access points. Highway 10 meets the requirements for an off-site county road, and a condition of approval includes a waiver of a protest for inclusion in an RSID for Highway 10, as well as all the roads within the subdivision. Internal residential roads will be a minimum of 26 feet wide with curb and gutter within a 60-foot right-of-way, and bulb outs are proposed to reduce speeds, enhancing safety. All roads, except for the alleys, are proposed to be publicly maintained. And a condition of approval requires plans to be reviewed and approved by County Public Works for this proposal. However, they have not voiced any concerns up to this point regarding that proposal. A traffic study has predicted a total average daily trips of 4,390 at full build-out. The City of Missoula and MPO expressed concern about wider traffic impacts on the community, given the timing of the proposed development and the lack of infrastructure to accommodate increased traffic coming into the urban area. Improvements such as a new deceleration lane and the roundabouts are planned to mitigate impacts. A traffic study has concluded that there are improvements that will maintain acceptable levels of service, and a condition of approval requires that the applicant work with MDT to install all of those necessary improvements to mitigate increased traffic generated by this subdivision. Grading and drainage. The plans include culverts, a regional detention pond on that large Lot A, and roadside ditches to manage stormwater runoff and prevent erosion. Stormwater management systems will retain a 100-year, 24-hour storm, and maintenance of storm drainage facilities is outlined in the covenants. A condition of approval requires drainage plans reviewed by County Public Works. The subdivision proposes sidewalks along all internal streets, and as I said, they vary in width from 5 to 6 feet, and plans will be reviewed by County Public Works as a condition of approval. The subdivision is outside of the wastewater treatment facilities area. We've talked quite a bit about that treatment of wastewater, so I'm not going to go into that. We've talked a lot about water, and so I'm not going to go into that, other than to explain that domestic water will be sourced from those on-site wells that Bruce and Julie and everybody explained in the prior presentation. However, exempt wells are proposed for irrigating the common areas, and those are limited to 10 acre-feet per year. Covenant restrictions will include water use limits for those wells, as well as annual reporting to DNRC and the Planning Office. Frenchtown Fire will provide primary fire services with mutual aid from MRFD, and fire protection plan includes groundwater sourced hydrants and a 300,000-gallon storage tank. Class A roofing is also proposed to reduce fire risk, and these are conditions of approval. The fire protection plan has received preliminary approval from the county from the county fire inspector, and will require sign-off at final plat. Please note that there's a correction to the finding of fact number 9 under the fire section, which should state that the subdivision has a low hazard rating, not moderate. And I'm getting there. I'm just want to get this all on the record. Thank you for your patience. The site is situated from FEMA designated floodplains with groundwater levels considered manageable for construction purposes. Paving internal roads will be required to mitigate air quality impacts, and a high-pressure gas pipeline crosses the property down here on the southwest corner of Lot A. There will be restrictions on development within that easement. The subdivision's topography necessitates specific grading, foundation, and stormwater management strategies as outlined in a geotechnical report which was submitted with the application. A condition of approval requires that the geotech study be attached to the covenants. This geotech study also includes recommendations for construction. And as I mentioned before, the plat is showing areas over 25%, which might need special considerations for construction. The proposed covenants aim to educate future residents about living near agricultural operations and industrial areas. So you have agricultural operations to the south, industrial to the east. You have the Trap and Skeet Club to the northeast. You have residential to the west. You have the airport, further to the east, and a gravel operation south of, it's not shown on this plat, but south of the property. The covenants identify all of these areas and notify future residents of all the potential nuisances that could come from those uses. Okay, we got 3 more. Agriculture. The site has been historically used for grazing and is not irrigated. There are no irrigation facilities on or near the property, and the subdivision must mitigate potentially significant adverse impacts on agriculture. And the path to doing that is the subdivision's master plan, which emphasizes this complete town concept with a trail system and the permaculture park. The agri-hood design for the property features conservation areas, food production spaces, clustered homes, and active transportation amenities with an aim to fostering this sustainable community development style that enhances agriculture. The subdivision regulations mandate that major residential subdivisions allocate space for parks and open space based on net lotted area. The subdivision plans depict approximately 17 and a half acres of common area, which I showed you is mostly along the southern boundary and common areas. This well exceeds more than twice the required 7.91 common area or park dedication requirement, with Missoula County Parks, Trails, and Open Lands expressing satisfaction with the proposed areas. They meet the criteria for the parks and open space as depicted and outlined in the subdivision regulations. And I would like to point out a correction to the background on page 6 of the staff report, which incorrectly states that a condition of approval requires a public access easement on the Hilltop Park. That is not a condition of approval. All of the open space within the subdivision is proposed as common area, with public access easements being shown on the trails that are shown kind of in a darker brown color around the perimeter of these phases. Finally, I'm going to get to natural environment, and then I'm going to cover public comment, and I will be done. The stormwater and grading and drainage plans include measures to protect the convergent hill slope draws for stormwater and groundwater management purposes. There are no wetland areas or riparian resource areas on the property, and plans for long-term weed management and shorter-term re-veg of disturbed sites have been reviewed by the weed district and are included in the covenants. The property is within range of various wildlife, such as white-tailed deer and some nesting birds. However, there have been no critical habitat or linkage corridors identified, nor any critical plant species of concern on the property. The Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes commented on the cultural significance of this land and the general area, noting place names connected to their creation stories and sources of abundant bitterroot, which is one of their most important food sources. Upon request by the tribes, the subdivider conducted a ground survey of native plants, none of which, based on the survey, remain at the site as it has been farmed for decades. As mitigation to concerns that were raised by the tribe, the subdivider proposed this 1 acre growth and harvesting area in common area number 3, which is on the south side of phase 1, for use by CSKT. CSKT declined so far at this time to accept that proposal, noting their interest in restoration of a portion of the property. Other specific impacts, as well as possible mitigations, have not been identified, and as a result, I would like to offer a revision to the conclusion of law in this section. And this all happened just as the staff report was being issued, and so I appreciate your patience as I give you these corrected conclusions. So the conclusion that is there under natural resources will remain the same, with the addition of 3 words before the word mitigates, which are to some degree. So this conclusion would read, with the required conditions of approval, the subdivision complies with the Missoula County subdivision regulations and to some degree mitigates the subdivision's impact on the natural environment, wildlife, and wildlife habitat. There's then a second conclusion of law I'd like to add, which is entirely new, which is that general impacts to cultural resources have been identified by CSKT. However, specific impacts with mitigations remain undefined, and therefore we cannot conclude that the proposal mitigates impacts to historical resources and/or cultural landscapes. That's it for the primary review criteria. I'm going to talk a little bit about public comment. I'm not going to read all of these. I put these up here so that while I'm summarizing them, if you want to read them, although I don't know if they are readable for the public, and I apologize for that. So I'm going to summarize them for you. The comments on Missoula County Voice are pretty evenly split, with 7 opposed to the development so far and 6 in favor. For those in favor, the reasons for supporting the development include the development providing much-needed housing options for employees, supporting company growth and retention while reducing commute times, It enhances the local economy and addresses the housing crunch in Missoula with affordable options. The project promotes sustainability, multi-generational living, community connection through thoughtful design, and amenities like community gardens and recreational areas. And finally, it includes retail services and potentially will donate lands to the Frenchtown School District. Opponents argue that increasing supply of houses won't lower prices, as wealthy individuals and investors will still buy the properties. There is concern about the small size and poor layout of affordable units, unattractive aesthetics, and high-density development not fitting the character of the area. Additional concerns include loss of agricultural land, proximity to noisy railroads and airports, potential for future larger developments, traffic congestion, insufficient water resources, school overcrowding, and inadequate infrastructure. And finally, they perceive the system as corrupt and believe the commissioners approve every subdivision despite public opposition. And with that, thank you so much for your patience.
Great, thank you, Jenny. Appreciate your presentation. Okay. Board members, does anybody have any burning questions that need to get answered right now, or perhaps we could bring up in discussion? Go ahead, Jenny.
I meant to note at the tail end of this, I have the motion up on the screen, and you also have the motion as well as recommended conditions on paper before you. So that is why I have not gone through the conditions of approval. I've covered them generally, and if you want to amend them, I can help you recraft language for those on the fly, if necessary.
Great, thank you. Does anybody need anything as far as questions that need to be clarified? Just given our breadth of presentation and whatnot. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, Rick, I got you, buddy. Go ahead, Rick.
I just had a question about the wastewater treatment plant. It appears to be in phase 5, which is not planned right now. How is that going to serve the first few phases? And where is it going to be?
I will give the rudimentary answer. Developer may want to add on. There will be connection of all phases to the sewer system that's on the larger lot. And do you want to?
Don Malott, Ethos Civil. Yes, we will build that infrastructure down to the low point on the site, so that will be placed down on that low point of the site. And then the infiltration area on that large lot will be built as part of the initial phase. So phase 1 will end up creating that infrastructure that will then be expanded as the following phases come on.
Okay, great. Anything else, Rick?
Not for now.
Okay. All right. Not seeing anything else from board members. We'll go ahead and open it up to public comment, I think. Okay. So with that, if you would like to comment on this proposal, you are welcome to do that at this time. If you are joining us online out there in the world and for some reason can see our screen or can't see the screen and need to call in on a separate phone, to be honest, folks, I don't know if we need to say all this anymore, but we still do. You can call in to 406-272-4824. Phone conference ID is 127-489-322 #. You can press star 5 to raise and lower your hand to make your public comment, and hit star 6 to mute and unmute yourself. And we'll take a minute here and see. I see a hand in view all. Can you see that? Is that somebody wanting to make a comment? Okay. Let's go ahead and see if we can get them.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I just wanted to piggyback off of Rick's question because I had the same kind of puzzling question, like when that would be.
Could you
Well,
introduce you, state your name for the record,
Oh,
please?
sure. For the record, my name is Alicia Baylor. My family owns property right on the border of this new development, and it appears that our view will be the wastewater treatment facility, and I'm hoping I can get a little bit of reassurance from you guys on what that's going to look like. I've lived in Missoula my whole life, so if you have a comparison structure or a system you can point me to, I mean, that might help, but that is pretty concerning for us.
Sure, and Don's coming up now to
John
address.
Malott, Ethos Civil. One of the things that we have looked at is how we make that infrastructure as low an impact on everyone. So the residents of this project, but also the residents of adjacent projects. And so one point to note is that it is actually located there in the low point in the property. So just from that perspective, it's not in a prominent location. The building that we would expect the facility to be in would be just a very standard looking, probably metal roof type structure, simple, clean looking, and as efficient as we're able to. So we certainly don't want to provide an eyesore for anyone. So basically, probably either a metal building or some kind of masonry type structure would be what we would envision.
Okay. Don, can you think of any examples we might reference locally? I can't. Can
I
you?
don't have a good example to reference off the top of my head, so.
Okay, that's
sorry
fine.
about
I
that.
can't either. Dave, you got one? No, all right. Okay, does that cover everything for you, Alicia? Alicia.
Yes, but the concern also has to do with, what we experience on Reserve Street sometimes is the smell. Are we looking at the same type of facility that Reserve Street has, Reserve and Mullen, where any part of the day you could smell that? And are we going to be experiencing that as neighbors?
No, so predominantly the smell that you're referring to is the composting system that the city has along, the wastewater treatment plant definitely contributes to that a little bit, but the composting system, I live right in that wafting. I live in the River Road neighborhood, so I get that regularly. But that is predominantly the composting system. And I mean, Don can address it, but my understanding of these types of systems is there's probably little to no off-gassing. Go ahead, Don's going to address it as well.
Don Malott, Ethos Civil. There will be an odor management component of the system, so it will go through a filter. And given that this is not a municipal level system in terms of, city of Missoula size, you're talking about a smaller system. Odor management can be handled fairly effectively through a filter media. So no, we would not expect any odors to leave the property.
Okay, great. Okay. All right, with that, Rick, go ahead.
I just wanted to add that you can find out a lot about MBR wastewater treatment plants on the internet. They can fit in a container, a containerized cargo container. They can be that small, but they're pretty technical, and you can actually see what they look like on the internet.
Yeah, good point, thank you. And am I wrong? Didn't we look at the MBR system up in Sealy Lake? Or wasn't there a waste treatment? I don't want to diverge, I was just trying to, okay, all right. I am not seeing anybody in-house. Looks like everybody is waiting for the next one. Anybody else online? Okay, all right. So we're going to go ahead and close public comment for, say again? Okay, all right. Yeah, does anybody here want to speak to this particular proposal? It doesn't seem like it at this time. If you're feeling shy, you can just raise your hand and I can give you time. Okay. We're going to go ahead and close public comment for this proposal, and I think we can entertain a motion if somebody is up for that. Jenny, yeah, great, she's working on it. Okay,
When you make the, one way to think about it is you think you're going to amend conditions of approval to approach the motion, this main motion, right now it has subject to the recommended conditions of approval in the staff report, but if there are amended conditions, you'll want to make sure to reference that at a later time.
okay. So does that make sense?
It's been a while since I've done a subdivision, so what I'm used to is making motions for amending conditions first, and then you make the main motion that's on the screen, and then you can say, subject to conditions as amended. That's what I'm used to, but I'm sure there are lots of ways to do it.
Yes, I think that is what we are accustomed to as well. Does anybody have any recommended motions to conditions of approval? We can discuss it too.
I guess I had a question just about the water rights. In the event that the water rights aren't secured for whatever reason in the future, I mean, it sounds like that's pretty much a foregone conclusion, but if they aren't, what happens, I guess?
Julie Merritt, am I on?
Is it green? I can't see.
Yes, okay, sorry. Julie Merritt with WGM Group. We don't have any reason to expect that the water right permit would be denied because we are offering that mitigation water. So all of the water that would be proposed to be taken out of the ground under the new permit would be returned to the river. And since the groundwater and the surface water are understood to just be connected, that we would be offsetting any potential impact to other water users. So we don't anticipate that there would be a reason that the permit would be denied. If it is denied, then there's not a path forward, honestly. That without a water supply, you can't do a subdivision.
So there's no reason for any type of condition of approval based on that. Is that correct, Jenny?
So we have two conditions of approval. Let's see here. Oh, for the exempt. I don't think there would be a reason for it. If they don't get it, then they can't do the subdivision. They have to have common area that's got maintenance. Yeah.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Dave.
To staff, you were recommending a modified condition. Can you?
No modified conditions, just modified findings, conclusions.
Findings, okay.
Yeah.
So we don't need it, okay.
Right, I
We're
just
good on
wanted to
that.
get those on the record for when the commissioners review this, but I don't have any proposed changes to the conditions unless you do.
Not needed, given the change of findings. Thank
Right.
you.
Great. Anybody feeling like conditions of approval, a motion for a condition of approval, or do we feel like we can move on to the main recommended motion?
I'm willing to make the recommended motion as it stands.
Oh, hold on a second, Peter, I see Rick and Lynn have Rick's hand went down. Lynn, go ahead. Oh, I don't know what happened, but you're muted, Lynn.
Got it. I was considering a condition of approval, an additional one, which would include the resolution between the CSKT on the mitigation for the section of land that they're wanting to mitigate, because that was not resolved. So that's what I would propose.
And is that I'm not seeing anything here, so that'd be a completely separate one, right?
Right, because it was a consideration, but it was not resolved, so there's no plan forward.
Okay, Jenny's got a comment here. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn. Really, really great observation. We don't have a condition relative to that impact, which may or may not necessitate mitigation. We don't really know what the impact is. That hasn't been very clearly identified at this point. So as a result, the developer has been working with the tribes to better ascertain what that impact is and how they might wish for it to be mitigated, not necessarily what we might wish, and which is why we did not include it as a condition of approval.
Okay, so if I may at this point can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Is it, so the plan is to figure it out, it sounds like, but is that anywhere, written in writing or a limiting factor, whereas if it's not worked out, they can't move forward?
No, nowhere does it say if they don't work something out that they can't move forward. I might, if you want, the developer's intent is to accommodate within reason, short of no development of the site, whatever what the tribes would like to see here to acknowledge that cultural landscape significance. That's certainly is an important feature for the commissioners as well as a factor in our subdivision regulation review. However, not all impacts require mitigation. And that's up to you and the commissioners. But I would discourage a specific condition as far as what needs to happen to satisfy the tribe's concerns. And also keep in mind that this is part of a much larger development, 66 acres out of 187, with potentially better opportunity to mitigate whatever impacts the tribes might identify for us on the larger piece.
Okay, thank you.
Great, good observation, Lynn.
Yeah.
Okay, I think now we're ready for our motion. Peter, if you want to jump in there.
The recommended motion that Grass Valley Gardens PUD subdivision be approved based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report and subject to the recommended conditions of approval in the staff report.
Great, motion made by Peter. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
Josh beat you to it. Seconded by Josh. Okay, now we are open for discussion, folks. Does anybody want to lead us off? Dave, you got a nice pile of notes. Go for it.
I have a few notes, but first of all, I want to thank the applicants and especially the staff for a really good presentation on a complicated and maybe precedent-setting project in this case. So thank you, a well-written staff report. It took me hours, but then I really understood it, so thank you. Anyway, this appears to be the first step in the county to support a newish town, a town that's not the city of Missoula, a town, some place that's going to be self-contained in the future. And so this would be a huge step, yes or no, and I believe it's a yes in this case, for the county to take the move, okay, we're going to approve urban-type development, and we're not contingent upon the annexation of the city of Missoula. So I just want to make that point. To me, anyway, it's really important that this moves forward, but there's a lot of filling in to do. I believe that the use of the PUD is totally appropriate in this case. It allowed the flexibility needed for a really interesting design. It could be quite successful here. I'm not sure if the permaculture park works or happens, but it's a really interesting complex. And there's an opportunity here, and an opportunity for the developers and the county to actually set some standards out there that would be useful, because the new urban agriculture is really important in this country now, and we're kind of feeling it here in Missoula, the same thing. So I think the concept has merit and could work here, and I just putting my own personal opinions into that. And the overall design and mix of use is good. I like the idea of small and larger units. There's a really mix. Small units on small lots are okay. That's today's new entry housing, if you will. Maybe it's a lot of money, but it's the lowest possible cost for new housing. I have a concern about the county TEDD, because that solves the transportation problems in the long run. This project is not fully responsible for it, but at least the county is in motion on developing the Y infrastructure plan. So I believe it fits in okay. I mean, there's a lot of filling in to do by the county out there at the Y. And finally, it does follow the county, what the county has done. They have the growth policy, and then they develop the land use element, and then they apply the zoning. It follows in a sequential order, and I think our job is to identify that and support it. So that's why I support this. Thank you. I just want to put that out there. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Dave. Insightful as always. Anybody else want to? Oh, Rick, I see your hands up. Rick, then Josh.
I just kind of want to echo what Dave just said. I mean, it's a complete community self-standing. I'm thrilled to see a small wastewater treatment plant. I would imagine, I guess, some of the TED financing will help that. I don't know. Maybe the developer could address that, or someone else. I hope it's scalable, and I hope it's connectable when there is sewer in the future to this area. But it's great to see wastewater treatment when it's even hard out in the county to get people to do community septic systems, to have a small scale wastewater treatment plant. It's great. I like the community gardens. I like the chance for recreating, the pickleball courts, the other things, the parks that are in the area. I just hope this really builds out and becomes what it's proposed to become, because we've been, I think, very vocal about wanting mixed-use development, where people, as the owner said, where people have shopping areas locally for themselves, don't have to get on the roads, don't have to go outside their area to find what they need with regularity. So, and I love the potential for school dedication as well. So I really think it's a great plan. I'm really I'm very happy that there's all income housing available in this area. It's kind of hard to be mad at that little cottage that's next door to you when you bought into the subdivision knowing it was going to be there. So really, I'm definitely for this, and I think that given the lack of comment, it's been fairly non-controversial. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Rick. Josh, go ahead. And then Derek.
I would echo what my colleagues on the board have said. I commend the applicant and staff on a really well-written report and a good proposal. A couple of additional points that I see as benefits are that the water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure, my understanding, is that it's it stands alone, but it can also form part of a regional network, which is really important. So that is great. It brings, like Mr. Malat said, much needed housing supply to market, and its effect on accessibility or affordability, we don't know, but we do know that without additional supply, it'll be less accessible. And so that is another great thing that the community needs. The trade-off oftentimes is, or what we want to avoid in that, from my perspective, is rural sprawl. We want to maximize the opportunity that this land is affording us to bring as many responsible units to market as we can in a diverse way and in a mixed use way. And I think this plan does that really well. What I would hate to see is over 66 acres, 20 lots on an exempt well, for example, right? This avoids that outcome, which is great. You have adequate water and other resources. You're getting the water rights. Fantastic. The exempt wells are going to be used for common area irrigation and, maintenance. Okay, great. That works. I believe it satisfies the criteria as a PUD too, so that's fantastic. Open space, residential product diversity, mixed use, commercial. Fantastic. So, yeah, I intend to support the motion.
Great, thank you, Josh. I have Derek and then Peter.
I do intend to support this proposal, Matt. I appreciate your vision on this. I would love to hear more about what the models that you found to, come up with this development proposal. So oftentimes on the planning board is we're looking at subdivisions that are bedroom communities, and this is something. It is a bedroom community, but it's so much more. And I just echo my colleagues in the statements that they've made about this proposal. And thank you, staff, for this really good report and presentation. I don't really have much more to add than that, other than it's the unfortunate. I shouldn't call anything unfortunate, I suppose, but proximity to a skeet club is not going to be super pleasant, but it's the reality of what is there and what we're building around. So I'll leave my comment there. Thanks.
Thank you, Derek. Does anybody have a hot mic going? Oh, okay, there we go. Excuse me. Let's see, I had Peter next.
I had a question about governance, homeowners association, super homeowners association. If this is a large community, as diverse as you intend, what kind of governance are you envisioning happening?
Matt Malat with Grass Valley Gardens. We do envision a HOA that is an overarching HOA, and then separate elements that will be kind of like sub HOAs underneath the super HOA. You'll have more heavy commercial uses in certain areas that may not, the rules that apply there may not be appropriate in more of the heavy residential areas, even though there will be mixed uses throughout the entire community. And then also with the agricultural component, I've had a number of conversations with Bonnie at CFAC and some of those elements of how do you administer, for the farmers where it's not, 10 years down the road, somebody says, well, we don't like the, this, that, or the other thing about the farm, and how do you set those rules appropriately? So the structure we've talked about with our attorney is kind of an overarching HOA, sub HOAs that blend together. And then, there needs to be some, like any governance model, there needs to be the ability to amend and adjust to the circumstances as they come forward. So we have the base structure now that was submitted as a part of the subdivision, but there, we envision there being subsequent layers underneath of it for HOA management side of it.
Go ahead, Jenny.
I would also add that, as we typically have in covenants for subdivisions like this, the governing body plays a role in, let me rephrase that. There are provisions in the covenants that are subject to governing body approval if they're to be changed or modified in any way, and those are meant to protect public health and safety and mitigate impacts, and they most often have to do with things like fire protection and the geotech analysis and living with wildlife, commonly found in covenants that can't be changed unless the governing body agrees. And we've hardly ever seen that attempted, so those are there for added protections.
Yeah, my concern was just of scale. You know, when you go to a larger community with this diverse a group, then are there considerations in governance that we need to worry about?
Yeah, and it sounds, Matt, I think, addressed that better
Address
than I
those,
did,
yes.
yeah.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? All right, I could take a quick minute here and try not to say the exact same things over again. I definitely want to start with just thanking staff for all of their work, as well as the developers and the owners. And this is a huge project, and I think maybe one of the first times we've seen the new land use policy, the growth policy, and our new zoning like really getting applied. And it's coming out. I mean, the overall master plan is pretty amazing. A 45-acre farm is huge. As a farmer, like the farmer on the group, that's a huge farm. And, you know, given that it gets developed, could feed a lot of this area. And so with that, I just want to like maybe advocate a little bit for the agricultural side and, you know, getting a piece of it up and running as early as possible. Like those things are available and you can feed people on smaller, like I run a 1 acre farm and I feed, I grow 30,000 pounds of food a year. So that's a really opportunity if possible. I know it's, difficult to develop and all these things, but I'm going to advocate for that as part of my position. Really stoked to see you guys are working with CFAC. It's a tremendous local organization. And would also encourage you to reach out to the Peas Farm and other, farmers, myself included, to look at what it's like to blend permaculture and agricultural production, because it doesn't always jive, is what my experience has been. And then as far as looking at the HOA, which I thought was a great question, protect the farms. Like what we need more than anything in this country is small farms and millions of them over big farms. And so I would just advocate within the legal side of things, protect the farm. Like that should be like one of the main like governing parts of that. I also just wanted to like touch on just real quickly, the objective of affordability is not only admirable, but what is really needed in this time. And also the ability to bring that forward, given the level of gentrification that we're seeing within our community and state, is going to be a challenge. And I think it's just important to lay that out there, considering the conditions that we are seeing currently within the inland Northwest, right? Idaho, Montana, and folks moving here and our housing prices going up. So best of luck, like bringing that to fruition. Commend you for sure on your vision. And I too am going to support this. I think this is a great plan, and find it really fascinating that the two big subdivisions we've had proposed with a farm in them are coming from locals. They are definitely local people that want to do these things. So thank you for that. Anybody else need to say anything? I think with that, we will move us to a vote. Okay, Annalisa, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Roll call vote. Lynn Davis,
Yes.
Derek Canwisher,
Yes.
Josh Schrader,
Yes.
Dave Loomis,
Yes.
Peter Benson,
Yes.
Rick Hall,
Yes.
Sean McCoy.
Yes.
And it is unanimous. The motion passes.
Great, thank you. All right, and with that, we are done with the Grass Valley Gardens PUD subdivision. And we can, well, does anybody on the board need 5-10 minutes for a bath? Okay, all right, we're gonna take 10 minutes. That should be sufficient. We're gonna take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and get into this next one. Okay, everybody, staff, you guys ready? Is Dave, you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, there you are. I got you now. Okay, I think we got everybody back. I'm seeing Rick and Lynn, so we're going to go ahead and get to it, considering we got a lot more to do. So I think we're going to reconvene tonight's meeting, and next we have the Aspire Major Phased Subdivision Annexation and Rezoning with Dave DeGrand Prix, City Planner and Supervisor. Is that right?
Yep, Planning Supervisor with Community Planning Development and Innovation with the City of Missoula. Are we ready to roll?
I think so. It's all yours, Dave.
All right, great. Well, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Dave DeGrandpré with the City of Missoula, and tonight we will be holding a public hearing before the Missoula City County Consolidated Planning Board for the Aspire Phased Subdivision and Rezoning. A little bit of just introductory, maybe housekeeping, or to set the stage. So there are 10 motions before the board tonight, and the board is a recommending body, will make recommendations to City Council to adopt or deny, or approve, or conditionally approve or deny several items, including an ordinance to rezone the property, several variance requests, and the Aspire Phased Subdivision Preliminary Plat application. That's a subdivision application. The Planning Board does not have an explicit role in initial annexation and zoning upon annexation last night, but does have a role in these other items. So rezoning the property, as we'll discuss, variance requests, and the phased subdivision itself. So last night, the Missoula City Council adopted a resolution of intent to annex the property subject to 35 conditions of approval. Those conditions of approval are identical to the ones the Planning Board has in your staff report, and we can discuss a little bit later. And so at this point, the property has not been annexed into the City of Missoula and initially zoned, which would be the RT 5.4. It's a residential zoning district, but the initial steps have been taken. So one of the items that's come up in several of the public comments is it's about annexation and why should annexation occur or should not occur for that matter. So the City of Missoula has adopted an annexation policy which provides specific guidelines for the annexation of properties so that annexation is not done in a willy-nilly or haphazard type or arbitrary manner. The current landowners of the Aspire property, they have petitioned the city to annex the property into the city limits. And the property is located, as you can see on the map, the top left corner where that star is located, that kind of greenish yellow color indicates annexation area A. And so all of East Missoula is considered annexation area A. And what that means is annexation area A largely meets the guidelines for annexation that the city has set up. The property is also within the city's utility service area, and the city tends to focus on annexations that are already within the service area. Another key component of annexation for the city is, when property is annexed into the city, there have to be services and facilities like infrastructure up to city standards on the property being annexed. And so in this case and in other cases when the city annexes, oftentimes conditions are attached. Like I said, 35 conditions in this case, requiring streets, sewer, water, parks, fire hydrants, other elements to be brought up to city standards prior to annexation, or at least in conjunction with annexation. But again, why annex? Okay, so right now, East Missoula is not within city limits. In fact, there is an agreement to not annex properties or to force annexation of properties until at least 2034. However, the agreement, it's an interlocal agreement between, it's a county water and sewer district and the city, does allow for people to petition, voluntarily petition to annex the city, as again, that has happened in this case. In the past, some county subdivisions that have been built in the county, to county standards, have been annexed, but not with standards for streets, sidewalks, et cetera, that are up to city standards. And so that has been, retrofitting is quite expensive, as you can imagine. And so annexation prior to development is a way to avoid that. And I want to assure public, members of the public, there have been several public comments saying that, that they feel like some people in East Missoula, because they're not city residents, they don't have the ability to voice their concerns or the same level of influence that they might compared to city residents. And I just want to assure you that all comments will be considered by the decision makers on their merits, whether it's the planning board or whether it is city council. It really doesn't have anything to do with the jurisdiction you live within. And additionally, or finally, this is a city-county planning board that is holding a public hearing tonight. So is certainly taking your interests at heart. And then onto the project itself. So the property is located, of course, in East Missoula. To the east of the property is the Clark Fork River. To the south is Interstate 90. Surrounding development to the west and north is primarily, the lots are largely developed, single-family and two-family residences. There are two accesses to the property, or main accesses to the property. Summer Street, which is adjacent to the property at the southwest corner, and Waterside Drive, which is adjacent to the property at the north. This is just to provide a little bit of an illustration of what the property looks like. So the map on the left is a slope category map. The green shows, and it's the majority of the property. The property, by the way, is 35.28 acres. So almost 31 acres of it are less than 10% slope. That's the green. There are a couple of areas of steeper slope. The first one is along the west edge of the property. That appears to be an old road bed. I'm not sure if it's an old railroad bed or a road bed, but then there's an area that banks up toward that. And then on the east side, of course, near the Clark Fork River, there are some slopes, as you can see on the photograph there down in the lower right-hand corner, where the terrain drops off. It's at varying grades. In some places it's pretty gentle, other places it's a little steeper, but there's quite a bit of vegetation, as you can see, along that, and the riparian area, the riverfront, appears to be quite healthy. In general, though, the property is flat to gently sloped, and the property has historically been used for residential and agricultural purposes. There are a few homes on the property that are unoccupied currently. Also should have mentioned there's a narrow sliver of floodplain, 100-year floodplain along the river itself, and none of that is proposed for development. So here's an overview of the proposal. It consists of annexation into the city limits, initial zoning of RT 5.4. Again, that's a residential zoning, generally single-family and two-family type zoning. And the rezoning that the developer is proposing includes a neighborhood character overlay zoning district that is overlaid on top of the base zoning. I know it's a little technical, but I'll get to the specifics here shortly. 182 lots are proposed. 172 of those are for single dwellings or adjacent duplex type units. And then there are 10 multi-dwelling lots as well that are proposed. The larger lots down, and I recognize and apologize that the map is not very clear, but the larger lots down in the south area, not too far or just along the interstate, are the multi-dwelling lots. 2 new parks are proposed, and they're outlined in green here. One is along the Clark Fork River, the entire river frontage. That's almost 1,700 feet of river frontage in park, proposed to be dedicated and managed by the city of Missoula. And then the western park adjacent to the existing County Canyon View Park as well. And so the 2 parks total 4.13 acres. The park along the riverfront is 2.4 acres. And the park along the west boundary is 1.73 acres. The proposal is to connect to city water and sewer services. All stormwater would be contained on site. There are specific off-site improvements to Summer Street, and those would extend from the subject property all the way to Highway 200, a little over 21 or maybe it's 2,200 feet. And again, I'll get into the details of that shortly. And then there would also be an upgrade of a water main that would be necessary as part of this project in order to maintain fire flows in the area. So that's a general overview. There are 6 phases proposed to be developed between 2025 and 2035. The first phase is shown in light blue. That's along the southwest corner and goes all the way up and includes the riverfront park. Part of that would also be the main north-south corridor toward basically just not building the road in phase 1, but it's called Waterside Drive, connecting to Waterside Drive in the subdivision to the north, and it would provide the right-of-way in case that's needed for the future. So 6 phases over approximately 10 years. This is an example. We talked in the last subdivision, the last development, the PUD subdivision, about planning and how that really sets the stage. And so I'd like to emphasize that here. This is a copy of the future land use map from the city's growth policy. And the city has planned for development in the East Missoula area, just like the county does, in case area is annexed. And so the subject property has a land use designation of residential medium density. And that medium density means 3 to 11 dwelling units per acre. So it's a moderate type zoning. It's not high density, not 43 dwelling units or 46 dwelling units per acre or something like that, so like some of the other districts in the city, but it's also not one lot per acre or something like that that you might find in the county. So residential medium, 3 to 11 dwelling units per acre, and there are 4 associated zoning districts that could be applied to that designation. And those are RT10, R8, RT 5.4, and R 5.4. And let's see. And so the zoning that that City Council authorized, or at least preliminarily last night, is RT 5.4. Now the county also plans for growth in this area, and their designation is residential as well. So I just wanted to be clear that both the city and the county have identified this property for residential development. Now, the current zoning in the county is residential, and some of the comments that we've received have talked about the county process for planning and zoning in this area. And one thing that I've found interesting in researching this property is the designations are almost identical. So both the city and the county planned for residential development with very similar land uses. They both emphasize a range of small-scale housing options that reflect the traditional character of the existing residential neighborhoods, with the intent of promoting compatible infill development and housing diversity. So under the county zoning, land uses that are allowed include agriculture, community residential facilities, daycares, a few commercial uses, 1 and 2 unit homes, schools, parks, RV parks, religious facilities, etc. And something I want to emphasize is that the maximum density allowed in the county zoning currently is 8.7 dwelling units per acre. So you remember I said that the planning that the city has done recommends 3 to 11 dwelling units per acre. The county zoning permits 8.7 dwelling units per acre. So it's right in there with what the city is saying. The proposed zoning is RT 5.4 residential with a neighborhood character overlay. And the overlay would apply to the entire 35.28 acre property. It essentially takes the existing zoning that's in effect, the RT 5.4, say, and then adds additional, it might be flexibility, it might be additional restrictions. We'll talk about some of the specifics here in just a couple of minutes. But just like the county zoning, RT 5.4 is intended to fit in with already established residential neighborhoods, and it acknowledges the single dwelling residential building type as the primary use with the potential for accessory dwelling units. And the land uses are in the city zoning are almost identical to those allowed in the county zoning. Again, agriculture, community residential facilities, daycares, a few commercial uses, 1 and 2 unit homes, schools, RV parks, etc. The city zoning is actually, it allows 8 dwelling units per acre on average. And so it's very similar, even slightly less dense than what the county allows. But let's talk about the overlay for a second. So again, this is considered a neighborhood character overlay. Overlays apply in combination with the underlying base zoning. They essentially go on top of the base zoning. An overlay is a geographically defined area that provides continuity united by physical development or architecture. And there must be an identifiable setting, character, and association, and it must have at least 5 contiguous acres. One of the key elements of overlays is they provide flexibility. So kind of like the PUD subdivision, that's a similar tool actually. So the PUD provides flexibility in design standards. That's the Grass Valley project that you looked at earlier. Neighborhood character overlays do something similar. They allow you to adjust and change the underlying zoning to some degree if the criteria are met. And so here's a comparison, between the RT 5.4, so that's the base zoning, and what the RT 5.4 with the neighborhood character overlay, the Aspire neighborhood character overlay would look like. So it doesn't change the density. It's still an average of 5,400 square feet per unit. The permitted residential building types are similar detached house, lot line house, 2-unit house, 2-unit townhome, but also the neighborhood character overlay would allow multi-unit buildings, multi-dwelling buildings on the southern portion of that property on the larger lots. The maximum achievable density under both is 284 dwelling units. Another area that's slightly different is, sorry, it looks like my slide, I didn't quite get everything on the bottom. I apologize for that. But back to the setbacks, which is a key difference. So the setbacks are slightly less restrictive under the overlay. So instead of a 20-foot front setback, there would be 10. Instead of a 7.5-foot side setback, there would be 5 feet. Rear setback would be 10 instead of 20. And then there are slightly different parking requirements in the overlay as well. And I'm going to show you an illustration of that. So this is a concept plan for some lots that are located along Summer Street in the Aspire subdivision. And the issue is the zoning that we have right now permits no more than 40% of the front yard area to be used for parking and vehicular use. They would like to, in the Aspire subdivision, neighborhood character overlay seeks to waive that requirement so more of the front can be used. These are pretty narrow lots. Down to 38 feet wide in some cases. So they'd like to be able to build 2-car garages, have a slightly narrower or more area, more than 40% for vehicular use or parking. But in exchange for that, what they're seeking to do is have no more than 12-foot curb cuts. And that means 12-foot driveway accesses to each lot. The reason that's important is because under the city landscaping requirements, we want every lot to have at least one street tree in the boulevard out in front of the sidewalk. And we feel that that can be done given the 12-foot curb cut. Additionally, it means less of the sidewalk would be impeded by people's driveways. So there would be no more than 12-foot wide curb cuts, sidewalks, and then street trees throughout. So that provides a little more lot cover. It provides a little more lot coverage in the front, meaning impervious surface parking area, but also provides for street trees and pedestrian use, pedestrian safety. In terms of the criteria, so how does one apply an overlay zoning district, or in this case, a neighborhood character overlay? So, as I mentioned earlier, the NC overlay must possess urban design, architectural, or other physical development characteristics that create an identifiable setting, character, and association. So in this case, as illustrated or described in your staff report, staff has found that this area would be a distinct, cohesive, geographically unified 35-acre neighborhood. Much of East Missoula does not have curbs, gutters, sidewalks. There certainly are trees along the streets, but this would be a little different. There would be curb and gutter, treed boulevards, sidewalks, 2 new public parks, one again on the east side, one on the west side, and pedestrian connections throughout. Reduced setbacks to allow buildings closer to the street, like a typical urban environment. An urban residential density that's called for in the growth policy, and then a mixture of housing types that would be pretty similar to what you find in East Missoula, but it would be, in staff's view, a cohesive neighborhood that would be developed here. So it complies with that criterion. And then the second is the area must be at least 5 contiguous acres, and this certainly is. Certainly, it's 35 acres in size. There are also several criteria that you're familiar with, board members, under state law for zoning amendments. And so I'm thinking that given the time and the number of public who would like to speak, might not have to go through all of these. I've already discussed compliance with the growth policy, and that's also detailed in your staff report. We feel that the proposal complies with the growth policy. I showed you the future land use map and the associated zoning. Those are compatible. The density is compatible. And then also there are several statements in the growth policy reflecting development, residential development in walkable communities. So there are sidewalks along all of the streets here, access to parks, a riverfront trail, etc. Quality of life type issues, livability issues, etc. So again, detailed in the staff report, but we feel that this proposal is made in accordance with the growth policy. And then letter B, safety from fire and other dangers. There is no development that would be proposed that is proposed in the floodplain. Fire hydrants, so the area would be served by city fire and city police. Fire hydrants are planned throughout. There are no real public safety threats. There isn't high fire danger, no gas lines, no high pressure electrical lines, or other natural or man-made hazards. As I'll talk about here in the subdivision portion, we feel that there is the adequate provision of transportation, water, sewerage, schools, parks, and other public requirements, etc. So unless you'd like me to detail those now, I think we can move on through this portion and talk about maybe more of the meat of it, and that is the subdivision review criteria.
That sounds good.
Okay, thank you. And so there are specific criteria under Montana state law for reviewing subdivisions, and they are impacts to agriculture, agricultural water user facilities, local services, the natural environment, wildlife and wildlife habitat, public health and safety, and others, but these are the main ones. So with regard to the property and its historic use, so it has historically been used for hay production, according to the application, irrigated hay production, I should say. Almost all of the property contains soil types designated as prime if irrigated. However, there's an interesting section of state law and our local regulations saying mitigation of impacts to agriculture cannot be based on a loss of agricultural soils. Somehow the legislature found that they needed to make that clear, put that stringent, restriction on local government. So it can't be based on the loss of agricultural soils. In this case, there are no nearby properties that are used for agriculture in the East Missoula area, at least that I'm aware of. I mentioned the property was irrigated. It does contain water rights from well and also surface water, and the developer has proposed to dedicate those to the city in order to provide water to the property. That would be irrigation for the parks and also potentially domestic use. And staff recommends a condition of approval to incorporate that. The property is not part of an irrigation district. There are no ditches, no head gates or other water user facilities, and no other irrigators would be impacted by dedicating the water rights to the city in this case. And again, the land is planned and zoned for medium density residential development, and there are no adjacent agricultural operations that will be impacted or could constitute a nuisance. Moving on to impacts to local services. All lots would be connected to city water and sewer. They would be provided, so infrastructure in the case of subdivisions is provided by the developer. In this case, it would be done over phases. So it's not as though there would be an impact to city taxpayers or county taxpayers. The costs of infrastructure improvements are borne by the developer. Solid waste can be addressed by Republic Services. Again, 2 parks. So I want to emphasize a couple of things here. 2.25 acres of parkland is required, and 4.13 acres of parkland is proposed. So that's an excess or more parkland than is required by almost 2 acres. Within the riverfront park would be an 8-foot pathway built by the developer but managed by City Parks and Rec. Again, both parks would be managed by Parks and Rec. There's been talk between the City Parks Department and the County Parks, Trails, and Open Lands Department to potentially merge those 2 parks. Potentially, there is a parks district for management and maintenance of the county park that's adjacent to this project. There's one of the conditions of approval here that's recommended by staff is for the developer to waive the right to protest either a new parks district or an increase in size of the parks district to maintain both of those parks as one in addition to the riverfront park. There are still some details to be worked out, so I don't want to give the impression that this arrangement is set in stone with regard to management of the parks together, but that's been discussed at the staff level, and that appears to be the direction we're going in. With regard to fire and law enforcement, again, they would be provided by city police with phased installation of hydrants. One thing of note is impacts on schools. So the application estimates that between 50 and 126 new school-age children would reside within this subdivision at full build-out. The developer's agent, 406 Engineering, contacted Missoula County Public Schools just over a year ago in 2023, and then Superintendent Russ Lodge wrote back indicating that there are no concerns with the subdivision and the impact of the subdivision and the new students, particularly given the phased timeline of the development. So I wanted to make sure that was clear. At this point, school-age children are picked up less than a quarter of a mile away at the Mount Jumbo School, but I don't know. Those things change over time. There's the possibility that bus routes could change as more students enter the subdivision. And again, no impacts to the public schools were noted by the school district. So I wanted to make that clear. In terms of transportation elements, so there are several public streets and alleys that are all proposed to be built by the developer and dedicated to the city in phases, with new connections to Summer Street to the south and Waterside Drive to the north. The new streets all include appropriately sized travel lanes, parking lanes, curb and gutter, boulevards, and sidewalks, with some minor exceptions that I'll get to here shortly. A particular interest I know is Summer Street, because according to the traffic impact study, it's projected to receive approximately 90% of the new traffic from this subdivision, or at full build out, about 2,000 trips per day, which is pretty substantial given the traffic volumes that are there right now. So to mitigate that impact, and currently Summers, it has 2 travel lanes, informal kind of parking off to the side of the streets, but no curb, no gutter, and no, well, intermittent sidewalks. There are sidewalks in some areas, but it's a fairly rural section of road. And so the developer has been working with Missoula County. Missoula County maintains the road, and so has been working with Missoula County to design improvements. And at this stage, those improvements include revamped travel lanes, parking lanes, more formal parking lanes on both sides, and sidewalks. But the final design is yet to be worked out. Again, that's a condition of approval as well, that those improvements be made prior to the recording of phase 1 of the subdivision. And the improvements would extend over 2,000 feet from the subdivision itself all the way to Highway 200. Board members, you may know, improvements are planned to Highway 200 to make it a complete street. Funding has been secured for that, according to Aaron Wilson, who works at the Metropolitan Planning Organization, which represents both the city and the county. Plans are being developed currently. We don't have a schedule for those improvements, but again, they're in the works. No improvements are planned to Waterside Drive. According to the traffic impact study, that would only receive about 10% of the traffic from this subdivision. Another couple of criteria are impacts to the natural environment, wildlife, and wildlife habitat. So the Clark Fork River, of course, is adjacent to the east. The property contains approximately 1,675 feet of river frontage, which is proposed to be dedicated to the city and managed by the Parks and Recreation Department for conservation and recreation purposes. There is a narrow floodplain area along the river. I think it's about 30 feet at most in width, and no development, of course, is proposed within the floodplain. The riverfront is also vegetated with grass, shrubs, and riparian vegetation. There's also a narrow strip of wetlands along the northern portion of the river frontage. Again, these areas are not planned to be disturbed, and no lot would contain riparian vegetation. The Missoula Conservation District commented on this proposal and said that a 310 permit would be required prior to construction. So that's to protect water quality, make sure that stormwater is effectively managed, that sediment from construction doesn't impact water quality, etc. So a 310 permit would be required prior to pathway construction for the riverfront trail, and that's a condition of approval that's recommended. Also, all stormwater improvements would be contained on site from both the streets and homes, and those are conditions of approval as well. Additional trees are proposed along the trail and in the parks, and also along the building lots. Disturbed areas will be landscaped and managed for noxious weeds and stormwater control. The property does contain pasture grasses and other vegetation that provide important wildlife habitat. We've received comments from Audubon, also Fish, Wildlife, and Parks provided detailed comments in your packet saying that this area does provide important wildlife habitat for fish and wildlife, and they recommended living with wildlife type covenants to alert residents to the potential and hopefully mitigate the potential for human-wildlife interaction and conflict. And that's recommended as a condition of approval. One thing I want to just mention is several comments requested larger river setbacks. And so, and similar setbacks that are adopted by the county. The county has much more stringent setback and buffering requirements from water bodies than the city does. The city has not adopted specific setbacks from water bodies. The city has a more general approach, requiring the developer to provide a plan for managing riparian vegetation, not encroaching the riparian areas, and providing a buffer, which the developer did in this case. And that's, again, the riparian area, the riverfront would be managed by the city in this case, so it's a slightly different animal than we usually see. But no structure would be built closer than 60 feet from the river as currently laid out, and all structures and development would be outside of any floodplain. There are some existing structures, some homes, and I think it's a kennel building on the property that were investigated for historic significance and were found not to be of historic value. Let's see, public health and safety. So I mentioned earlier lack of hazards, so no unstable soils, high voltage power lines or high pressure gas lines, no development in the floodplain. The property is within the wildland urban interface area of concern for wildland fire. And so, as is typical in the city, there are recommended conditions to include fire protection guidelines in the covenants. The property is also in the air stagnation zone, and so a prohibition on wood burning devices and similar mitigation is also recommended to be included in the covenants. Let's see, I've already talked about utility services area, connection to city water and sewer, fire hydrants, and again, 2 ingresses and egress routes for residents. And there are several recommended conditions of approval that address street and public safety type requirements. So the subdivision includes several variance requests, and each variance request needs to be reviewed based on these criteria. Generally, the conditions must be unique to the property and not applicable generally to other property. Typically, variances are appropriately granted when their request is based on physical surroundings, shape, topographical conditions, etc. And an undue hardship to the owner would result if the strict requirements of these regulations are enforced. The hardship should not be created by the applicant, and granting the variance will not result in a threat to public health and safety or welfare, be injurious to other persons or property, cause an increase in public costs, or violate the provisions of zoning or a growth policy. So there's some detail here, but I think it's important to go through them. So the first one, variance request number 1, is the developer is requesting on the majority of the streets within the subdivision, so new streets, 62 feet of right-of-way easement, as opposed to 70 feet it's typically required for an urban local residential street. And so these are all on-site roadways. As you can see from the diagram, all of the streets would include 10-foot drive lanes, 8-foot parking lanes, curbs and gutter, 7-foot boulevards, and 5-foot sidewalks. So they all have all of the physical elements of a standard city street, but the deviation or the variance request is for a narrower right-of-way. So it's 62 feet instead of 70. And so, in this case, as we saw earlier, the property is relatively flat, and it's proposed to be regraded. So a 70-foot right-of-way is usually needed for a margin of error. And so this graphic that you see right here shows a street crossing a steep hillside. And so when you do that, you need larger area. You have cuts on the uphill side, you have fills on the downhill side. and those need to be graded so that all the sediment doesn't run off and plantings can take place. So a wider right-of-way width is required in some circumstances, steeper areas being a primary one. In this case, where these roads are proposed are relatively flat. There are not really cut and fill slopes that are needed. Some small ones here and there, but if based on the road plans provided in the applications, they're quite minor. So really the only difference is 8 feet less of right-of-way is proposed instead of, so 62 instead of 70. And again, the 70-foot standard includes extra area for margin of safety in case additional room is needed. And staff has recommended that variance be approved. The second variance request is for a short stretch of Waterside Drive. So this is at the very north end of the subdivision where it would abut and connect to the existing Waterside Drive in the subdivision to the north and the Water's Edge subdivision to the north. So in the water, and so this is a 415-foot segment of road of Waterside Drive internal to the subdivision where 54-foot right-of-way is proposed. Again, all physical, there's one more element of this, and that is it would have one parking lane on the west side instead of two, as would be standard. And so that's the variance request. So it's a narrower right-of-way and then also one parking lane. Waterside Drive in the Water's Edge subdivision also has a 54-foot right-of-way. And this section of the internal road would have a 54-foot wide right-of-way. And the idea is to match those roads, to connect those two roads together. Really, and the adjacent roadway also has only one parking lane, and it has sidewalk on only one side of the street. This proposal for the 415 feet of Waterside Drive would have parking lane on the same side of the street, east side, but it would have two sidewalks. So again, the subdivider proposes to meet and match the off-site Waterside Drive. And the design is intended here, in part, to reduce vehicular trips going north into the adjacent subdivision. All of the lots adjacent to this, so there are 14 lots adjacent to this stretch of road, all have on-street parking. So having one parking lane on the east side shouldn't be too big a deal, because again, all lots are designed with at least 2 parking spaces. And conditions to the north in the Water's Edge subdivision indicate that there really isn't a public health, safety, or general welfare type issue. Again, simply it's 16-foot reduction in right-of-way. And the application states the variance is needed to match the existing off-site roadway, as well as and to require additional right-of-way where it wouldn't match the adjacent one would be an undue hardship. Variance number 3 is for a sidewalk on a spire loop to be only on one side of the street for approximately 460 feet. So a spire loop is, again, it's a low-density urban local street. This section of road would have all the functional elements of a city street, meaning drive lanes, parking lanes, curb and gutter, but there's just in one section, it's 460 feet long, there would only be a sidewalk on the east side of the road. And you can see from the topographic map that there is, I mentioned this earlier, on the west side of the subdivision, there's a little road bed. There's an embankment. And so that's where this sidewalk, that's what it would run into. And this is adjacent to the park. It's not adjacent to lots on the west side. A street crossing is proposed, or actually 2 street crossings, one up here at the north where sidewalks would meet, one here at the west. Staff is recommending approval of this, finding that it's not a real public health and safety issue. This is a little bit of an off the beaten path section of the subdivision road. It's not a main north-south thoroughfare. I don't see it as having a real high volume of traffic. And the condition that's unique to the property is the slope along the boundary. So again, we are recommending approval of this variance request for one sidewalk instead of 2 for 460 feet of a spire loop. And then the 4th variance request is about block lengths. So the city subdivision regulations state that a block cannot be more than 480 feet long. And the idea is to provide connections and a walkable community, so that traffic isn't completely funneled in one place or another, but there are ways to disperse traffic. And this is at the southwest corner of the subdivision. The road that you see there in the left map is Summer Street. And so the proposed block length is 1,287 feet. One of the issues that the Aspire subdivision is up against here is to the west are already developed lots. That's what the aerial photo on the right shows. You can see, let's see here. So I'm on the aerial photo. If you can see my cursor, there's that cul-de-sac area of Canyon View Drive. That's right here. So you can kind of get a sense of where we are on both maps. They're intended to more or less match. But you can see that there are homes that are already built along the western side of the subdivision. So there really is an opportunity to connect to the west. And staff, again, recommending a condition of approval, that there is a hardship that's unique to the property and that the area to the west is already developed. You really can't make a connection. So it would be an undue hardship to not grant the variance. One just point of note is that the black line that you see here is where there's a sewer main that exists along the property currently, and there's a sewer main access road that's proposed. The county Parks, Trails, and Open Lands expressed a little bit of concern with having the Western Park adjacent to the Canyon View Park and requested a pathway be made from Summers Drive here in the subdivision through Canyon View Park up to Robinson Street. So that would be a condition of approval, is that this little segment be paved and it also be taken out to Robinson Street through the subdivision. The fifth variance request, and I promise you I'm getting there, is again for block length. And this is for a block that's farther to the south of the subdivision. Again, the maximum length is 480 feet. The request here is for 547-foot block. And the developer is proposing a 10-foot public access easement between lots right about the center of the block that would connect with a sidewalk here just across the street. Granting this variance would not be a threat to public health, safety, or welfare, or be injurious to other properties. The request is due to the long, narrow shape of the property, with a river on one side and existing development on the other. These conditions are site-specific and unique to the property. It will not violate growth policy or zoning provisions, would not increase public costs, and the hardship was not created by the applicant. So staff is recommending approval of this variance request for block length for the lots that you see here as well. And here's another block length request. Oh no, this is the same one. I guess I wanted to show that this road, Hartwood Place, that travels north-south, really would kind of end right at this block, and it would basically, this intersection would act to slow vehicle speeds and disperse traffic. So just wanted to illustrate that situation. And then on to number 6, we have another block length request. This is along the east side of the subdivision, along the river. It's a similar situation to the request along the west side of the subdivision. There are obviously no connections that can be made across the river short of building a bridge, and I don't think anyone's in favor of that. So in order to mitigate the impacts to provide connection to the riverfront trail, the developer is proposing 10-foot breaks between the lots, and there would actually be another access down at the south end as well. So to break up the blocks a little bit visually, to provide pedestrian access and build 8-foot wide paths within the 10-foot breaks is the mitigation that's proposed. Again, staff recommends approval. Really, this is a condition that's unique to the property. Not much can be done about it. You know, these infill projects are difficult. You saw earlier a greenfield type project, and really our subdivision regulations are kind of made for that type of development, where you have a flatter area that can be developed in a grid pattern oftentimes, or maybe a suburban type development. In urban infill, there is flexibility that's required. So, and particularly when there are hardships or conditions that are unique to the property, it's, as you know, planning board members, variances are pretty common under these circumstances. And then the second to the last request is for our subdivision regulations require each lot to abut upon and have access to a public or private street or road. So the word, it's an interesting situation. So, actually, these lots are proposed for 10 plexes. They all have access, so it's lots 62, 65, and 66. They abut on, for vehicular access, 2 alleys. The southern one along the interstate is a 25-foot alley. The one to the north along lot 62 is a 20-foot wide alley. The difference in size is so there could be a 5-foot planting strip along the interstate where trees are proposed. So each of the lots would have vehicular access, and between the lots is a 20-foot pedestrian access easement shown in the dark black line. So each of the lots would have both vehicular access and also pedestrian access. And in this case, these lots, like I said, are proposed with 10 plexes, no more than 35 feet in height, but multi-dwelling buildings nonetheless. And so oftentimes in apartment-type complexes, you'll see private streets that are internal to those complexes. In this case, each of the 10 plexes would be on an individual lot. And so access would come from the rear, vehicular access would come from the rear, and the structures would face each other. And so here are some illustrations that the developer sent showing cottage court type development. You can see that fronts of homes are facing each other across a green space with pedestrian facilities in between, and the rear of the structures is where the vehicular access occurs. So that's what's proposed in this case. Let's see. So in terms of the findings, it's unique to the property in that if the developer chose to develop this as one lot, created one huge lot, there wouldn't be a variance that's necessary. A road could be wrapped around it, and there'd be one lot that all would have access. But given the fact that he's trying to subdivide these into individual lots, that's where the variance comes into effect. So it's a condition that's somewhat unique to the property for smaller apartment complexes. The development in this area would be unique to the property, somewhat site-specific, and not applicable generally to other property. It certainly won't violate any growth policy or zoning provisions, would not increase public costs, and the hardship is based on conditions not created by the applicant. But really the fact that the subdivision regulations are not great, they're not a one-size-fits-all type approach. And so some flexibility is often required. And then finally, another block length variance request for this entire block. Each of these faces that are on a street or an alley for that matter, is over 480 feet. The word block is not very well defined in our subdivision regulations. It's a group of lots, tracts, or parcels within well-defined fixed locations. So what does that mean? Staff typically interprets that and has interpreted it to mean a group of lots bounded by streets. Under our subdivision regulations, alleys are not considered streets. So it's a bit of a technical, hate to get legalistic, but that's kind of the world we live in when we're doing subdivision review. So essentially, again, each of these lots would have vehicular access and pedestrian access. The fire department has indicated they can serve the lots and provide access to each of the future structures. So there isn't a public health and safety threat. It would not be injurious to any other properties. And it's based on really the desire to create a mixture of housing types as called for in the growth policy, which is not always available under the strict application of subdivision rules. And so we have several motions, 10 different motions that are recommended by staff. The first one would be to approve the adoption of an ordinance to rezone the property as shown and legally described in Exhibits A and B from RT 5.4 residential to RT 5.4 residential / NCA Aspire Neighborhood Character Overlay. Then we move on to the different variance requests. And then finally, on to condition number 10 would be a recommended approval of the Aspire Phased Subdivision Preliminary Plat application, subject to the recommended conditions of approval based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report. And so I know that was a whole lot of information. but I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. Or I know that 406 Engineering, the subdivider's agent, is here and could also, I'm sure, is also interested in speaking to you. And so however you'd like to proceed.
Great, thank you, Dave. Very informative. Does the 406 engineering representative have anything to?
A quick presentation. A lot of it, I'll try and speed through it because a lot of it is what Dave just went over. But I'm Brian Throckmorton with 406 Engineering. I'm not sure. You might have to allow me to share.
In the meantime, if the board would like, I can talk a little bit about public comments, or we can do that later. We have received over 20 public comments, and I could just summarize some of those if that would be helpful. Or again, we could hit it later.
Well, why don't you go ahead and do that while if we got your screen shared yet?
Yeah, I can go too. So whatever you guys think is best.
Why don't you go ahead and present, and then we'll do public comment, and then ideally we'll move to public comment.
Let's do this. Just make it a little easier to see. So the Spire subdivision, some of the renderings I'm going to show you, you'll notice are the actual houses that are proposed for the lots, including the multifamily. It's set, we can show where the views are with the backdrop of the existing mountains. So these are pretty realistic views of what this subdivision will look like as we kind of move forward. So you guys can kind of have a street side visual of this property. So Dave did go over kind of location. One thing I do want to highlight is the Mount Jumbo School. I think we'll talk about that a little bit later as far as, Russ Lodge did say no impacts that he could see, but one thing they did say is the possibility that school right now is closed down. So we have all these schools that have these impacts that are struggling or over full, and you have a complete school that doesn't have a single student in it. This property may add enough students to allow that to open back up, and then students won't have to be bused out of East Missoula. So, that is very close proximity to this property that could be a big benefit for the community. Oops. So I know a lot of people, the concern with East Missoula is the city-county divide and what that really means. Dave hit on it a little bit earlier, but here is the city's growth policy on the left, the land use development the county uses on the right. As you can see, they're both 3 to 11 dwelling units an acre, so they're right there. Dave talked about the zoning, what that really means, the maximum that each zoning would be allowed. So they are very, very similar. It's not like this project by going into the city is going to double what it could do in the county. So that they are similar to same. This will have 7.1 dwelling units an acre, which is right in the middle of both growth policies. So it's kind of blending. And when you go back and look at a lot of what's growth policies, even with the county, both of them focus on a mix of housing types. So in the proposal for Aspire, you'll find that you're going to have some larger houses along the river, some smaller single family, and this is mostly single family. So to the south, we do have 10 lots that have multifamily on it. It's a mix of 5plexes and 10plexes, and I'll show you some renderings of what those will look like. It's not quite what you think once I show them to you, but in total, there's probably about 80 units that'll go on those 10 lots. So between the mix, so in total, this subdivision is proposing 252 units at 7.1 dwelling units an acre. So starting with the multifamily renderings, this is what the 5plexes will look like. So they'll all have ground floor entrances. Entrances are in the front. The back will be garages. So when we look again at the pedestrian access to the front is more of a cottage courts. We have some more renderings that kind of show exactly what that means put together. But then the back is more of a drive to find a parking spot, not a through street. So when we look at that variance, we're looking more to find, how do we do in a typical multifamily area or development where you have private aisles, where you're looking to find a parking spot, slowly drive through, look out for pedestrians versus a true through street. Here's another rendering of what the 10 plexes are. These are basically the 5 plexes just stacked together. So similar, same kind of idea. Every unit has a garage, every unit has a front door, multiple bedrooms. So more of a row house style versus a true kind of apartment complex. Again, trying to blend what's already there in East Missoula, a lot of single family, and then adding the multifamily of not a true apartment, but more of a row house style. This is what the cottage court would look like. So this is looking down at one of the corners of the street between each of the buildings, and then on the back side of that, you would come in with the garages. So that kind of gives you an idea of the walkability of this layout. The single family, there are multiple styles of single family. The upper left is the smaller, the 38-foot wide lots is what a lot of those houses will look like. The 2 lower ones are the little bit bigger, the 50-foot wide lots. There's 3 different styles for the 38-foot and 3 different styles for the 50-foot. And then in those styles, there's multiple fronts as well to kind of break up so every house doesn't look exactly the same. This would be the most dense housing that we would have in a development. I wanted to show that. This is directly across the street from the multifamily. So this is what you would look at as what the densest part of the subdivision will look like for houses. We definitely can achieve tree per lot in the boulevard. You're also going to find other landscaping throughout, and I think you'll find that the subdivision itself will be a very nice subdivision. Phasing, Dave definitely hit on this. Just to one thing to kind of share, in the past, we've had the multifamily as phase 3, and I know that's where we got sufficiency. We talked to Dave about trying to move that to phase 6 and put that towards the end. Right now, multifamily financing is very, very difficult. So our developer asked if we could move that till the very end, and hopefully, by then, maybe the financing is a little easier to get, or they won't have to finance it. But so you'll find that the multifamily is pushed to the very last phase as what we're trying to go for approval, so. One big thing that we'll hit on here in a minute, Summer Street, those improvements are part of phase 1. So that the whole idea of updating Summer Street through traffic, the total volumes of traffic we talked about are at full build out, but they're talking, that will be done during phase 1 so that's taken care of and not a burden to the residents. Utilities. So currently, the sewer capacity is there. The city's good with all sewer capacity. The water capacity when we hit phase 3 is fine in Aspire, but Canyon View starts to run into fire issues. So one of the offsite improvements that the city has requested is that we add a 12-inch water main off of Summers to connect. There's a little kind of a bottleneck where everything comes down to a 6-inch that feeds all of East Missoula, including Canyon View. So that's a pretty small water main for that area. So what we're going to do is come in and go around that and match up. They've actually got a stubbed 15-inch under the highway, under 200. So we'll connect into that and then run to where we can get to either 10, 8, or 12-inch lines. So it'll come down, yeah, so a lot of it will come down Summers. There's a part that goes down Dakota a little ways, but yeah. One of the things to kind of focus on, currently, there is a sewer main running down the property. So when you look at this property, it is an infill project. I mean, when we, go back, if I can go back, it'll let me here, to the location. When you look around the location of this lot, there is residential development all around it. You have the river on the west, but even across that, you have in the city limits a full development of the golf course and Canyon View. So, this project is infill. There is a major sewer main that runs right through the middle of the project. Water mains are right to it. So this type of development is set up and ready to go for this project. So water sewer should be fairly simple. They're basically really close to the edge of the property. The one that's not is in Robinson Street that we will have to go through Canyon View Park and tie into that water main. That probably won't happen until we're already doing upgrades to that park, because that'll come in later phases. But as you can see, there are multiple places to loop water. And then sewer will connect into the main actually towards the north of the property, and then connect into the lift station that's just on the water's edge side of their property boundary. A quick look at how the streets, Dave kind of already explained this, but you guys can kind of look. The standard street that we're looking at within Aspire is a 5-foot sidewalk. I got a 7.5-foot boulevard, but that includes the 6 inches you need for a curb. So that kind of all adds together, but you're going to have 8-foot parking, which is 1 foot bigger than what city standard is. City standard is 7, 10-foot drive lanes. So that gives you actually a 1 foot bigger cross section on each side than what the city requests. We feel that, that extra foot of parking is sometimes needed, especially if a snowplow comes through. But this would give you a view of like the spacing on the houses as the street would go through with just a 10-foot setback. Most of our houses will actually have 20-foot setbacks because the garages are some of the things that's as far forward, and the garages all have at least 20 feet from the edge of sidewalk. The one exception is the Waterside Drive that Dave hit on. Again, we're just taking out 1 lane of parking, and that will start right at the intersection to kind of control. If we neck that down through drive without an intersection, then that transition gets a little goofy, but that last little bit, if we can neck it down right at the intersection, the safety part of that neck down makes it a lot easier. So off-street improvements. Here's Summer Street. I know this is, a lot of people have even said we weren't going to do anything to Summer Street. We're putting a lot of traffic on it. That's not true. Our traffic impact study that we had a third party do did just say all we need to do is add 1 foot to each side of the road. County came to us and asked if there was more we can do. They wanted to have pedestrian connectivity all the way to 200 safely for kids. So in that process, we agreed to put sidewalks on both sides of the road so the pedestrians can walk out of the street. But in doing so, you only have currently a 22-foot wide road. That doesn't work. So now, since we added sidewalks, we got to add curbs, and then you got to pave all the way to the edge. So what you find is Summers has a 50-foot right-of-way. You have a 5-foot sidewalk, a 8-foot parking lane, and then 11-foot drive lanes to get that full cross-section. That gives you a 49 feet back of sidewalk to back of sidewalk. And that's where we have room. The areas that we have a power pole, you guys can see we have little bump outs in the road. Those are all areas that have existing power poles. We talked to Northwestern Energy about burying it, but that power line is the backbone to East Missoula, and everybody's house is fed. It would be a crazy nightmare, and they had no desire to do it. There are a few power poles they're willing to move out of the way that wouldn't even work in a bump out, so they're working with us on those. We have been working directly with the county on this process. This is not the city that is involved in this. This is the county. So Shane Stack has been very involved in what this design looks like, how it fits, and how far we have to go. Our proposal is to go all the way to 200, and then the 200 improvements will pick up at the intersection. So you'll have complete walkability with sidewalks to the new Highway 200 all the way down Summer Street to Aspire to go to the river, however you want to go, but kids will be able to use a sidewalk to get to the new river connection all the way where currently they don't have that option. Parks, Dave hit on this. We are proposing 2 different parks. We are definitely well over parked, but our developer wanted to have a bigger central park. So this right here will connect to Canyon View. It makes Canyon View about 3 times the size it currently is. So you will have a nice central park for Aspire, but also for the existing residents of East Missoula will have a much bigger park to enjoy with the Canyon View Park. Also, I think the coolest part is about a third of a mile of river frontage is dedicated to the public. So when that goes to the city, every resident out there will have access to the river. There's multiple points. The city will be in charge of, make sure the riparian area is maintained, anything environmental. But the fact is, when you go out there, the first thing you do is you go to the river. And I think it's really neat that every resident in this subdivision, but as well as all of East Missoula, can now walk on a sidewalk and walk down to the river and access the river. This landscaping plan just kind of shows how many street trees will be in the boulevard. Even with our garage-facing houses, we're still able to fit a substantial amount of trees in the boulevard. Dave already ran through the variances quick, so I don't know if I need to hit on those too much. Variance 1, the reduction in right-of-way is pretty easy. The Waterside Drive one thing I wanted to hit on a little bit was, just the idea of making the transition point, if I can move that, closer to the intersection. So, that if with a stop sign and an intersection and having to make that turn, that transition to a narrower right-of-way versus right at the property line is a much safer transition. Plus, with us creating a sharp S-turn, then to meet up with the existing right-of-way of Water's Edge, we propose to have that transition at the intersection. Variance 3, Dave kind of hit on that before. One thing to point out, not a single house won't have a sidewalk in front of it. The areas that don't have sidewalk are all just the very edge of the property and against the steeper hillside. The big thing is the steep hillside there, and trying to put a sidewalk up along there would create a pretty big vertical wall where we wouldn't have to do that if we just had the sidewalk left off that side. The block lengths are pretty self-explanatory. Dave went through those. On variance 5 with the block length, one thing with not having that road continue all the way through, it doesn't affect traffic flow at all. So we definitely allow the pedestrian connectivity, but traffic flow out of the subdivision or into the subdivision really will flow around Jumbo or through Crosscut and then go over to Waterside Drive. Variance 6, again, self-explanatory with the river. Variance 7, Dave did hit this on the head pretty good. The one big thing, when you have a multifamily development, typically you don't put each building on its own lot. We would like to. I think that allows in the future to sell a fiveplex to a smaller developer instead of somebody that just has a ton of money, has to buy it all at once. Or if one fiveplex wants to do a condo to allow individual home ownership, you can do it in one versus having to do the whole thing. So putting each building on an individual lot, right now, while we're doing the subdivision, is a pretty simple process, and I think it adds a benefit to, somebody in the future. Let's see. Oops. Not wanting to go forward. So variance 8 is the same idea. If we had that as one big lot, you wouldn't need the variance there. But since we have multiple lots, and we want to have that cottage court, so we're still providing breakups within the lot length for vehicles and pedestrians, we just aren't doing it in your standard format. The block length is needed. So I think, just a quick highlight on what the project is. It's an infill project that hits right in the middle of the growth policy. The desire within the growth policy to have a diverse housing type between, small single-family lots to a little bit higher density multifamily, not apartment style so much, but more multifamily to, a little bit nicer lots, honestly, along the river that are going to have some bigger houses. So It kind of puts a mix of families and a mix of incomes within one development that you don't get as much through typical zoning. This is where the overlay is really nice. You know, zoning pretty much makes the same exact thing over a big area. So this does help kind of blend different types within one area. The upgrades to the offsite infrastructure is, you know, pretty substantial, I think, as far as what most developers that I work with would agree to do. Most guys would fight that tooth and nail. They would stick to the traffic impact study, and they would tell you, we really don't want to do much of that. That's very expensive. These guys have agreed to it right away. They didn't have any problems. They recognize the value it added to their property as well. And as well, you know, as they offset the impacts that they're adding to the existing neighborhoods. The extra parkland, I think that extra parkland is a great thing even to East Missoula, especially the river frontage. The safe pedestrian passage, that's with the offsite improvements. But again, with adding a trail through Canyon View Park, then most of East Missoula can then come down Canyon View Park, hit a sidewalk and take a sidewalk all the way to the river. I think one of the last ones that we hit on before is the possibility of reopening the school there in East Missoula, Mount Jumbo School. It takes people. That's part of, you know, as these populations decrease and we have less kids, it takes growth to keep like those kind of areas and those schools open. I also think, I know East Missoula is desperate for a grocery store, but currently there's not the population for it. Maybe this adds enough population to help, you know, get a grocery store there. So it does add. I know a lot of people are discouraged. It's hard to feel your development in your backyard, but there are some positives that come from this as well. Any questions?
I don't think so at this time. Hold on a second. And is that you're good?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you, Brian. So board members, I think unless we have something really urgent we need to ask, we can move. I think we should move to public comment. It's getting late. And Dave, I think we'll save your public comment for after we get through people who are in-house here or online. So that seems agreeable to everybody. Okay. Okay, with that, thank you, Brian, for your presentation. Thanks, Dave, for your time, and thank you to everybody here for your patience. I know it's hard to sit through everything, to be the second one, and it's getting late, so I appreciate your patience. I'm going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. I'm going to do my best to run the timers. I try and give you 3 minutes. I'm not the harshest at keeping the timeline, but given the number of folks we have, I'll try and give you a little clue or cut you off in some way that's respectable. And we're not going to read that. If somebody can't figure out how to get online, I'll get to you. Okay, so with that, if anybody that would like to come up and make their comment, please do so. We'll go to this gentleman that's coming up to the podium first, and then we'll go to online, and then we'll try and switch back and forth.
Okay,
Go ahead, sir, and please state your name for the record when you speak.
Yes, my name is Bruce Baxter. I'm adjacent homeowner to the Aspire Subdivision Missoula property. I'm at 855 Montana Avenue. I have 55 signed protest petitions here from adjacent residents of the 75 listed adjacent properties, which indicated to me that they agree with my statement I'm going to present to you. It's a very short type statement. I would like to point out the other 20 properties listed as adjacent are basically rental units, and they indicated to me that they could not obtain a signature from absentee property owners. I would say we had 0 positive comments. We had 3 people who declined to sign protest petitions. They gave me reasons as one is a city employee. He stated he thought he needed to remain neutral. One is an elderly lady who said she won't be around much longer, so she's not going to sign. A third one was a rental owner, and he said he declined to sign. But the rest of these people agreed with his following statement. We recognize the need for additional housing in Missoula County. We recognize the private property rights of the landowners. We oppose the rezoning and the annexation of the subdivision so described for at least the following three reasons, which must be considered per MCA 76-2-304. Number one reason, Aspire commissioned a traffic study which shows Summer Street currently flows 800 vehicles per day. Aspire is planning for over 250 housing units and states 90% of that crush of traffic will be on the substandard Summer Street, which will remain, although revamped, at only 22 feet wide. The revamping does nothing to improve the flow of traffic. Aspire's study expects the Summer Street traffic to reach 2,900 vehicles per day, 3.5 times the current traffic, 360% increase. They expect an additional 220 vehicles per day from Waterside Drive onto the other substandard streets of East Missoula. Neither Summer Street or Waterside Drive meet Missoula County's or City of Missoula standards for a legal street. Per MCA, again, 76-2-304, number 1C, this additional traffic will do great harm, quote, to the public safety and general welfare. 1D, the rezoning is not designed to facilitate the adequate provision of transportation. 1F, rezoning negatively impacts the effects of motorized and non-motorized transportation systems. Aspire's own traffic study further states, quote, issues at the Summer Street and Highway 200 intersection will likely remain above the desired condition, end quote. This means Summer Street does not have the reserve capacity to flow 2,900 vehicles per day, and this crush of traffic will also add an additional 2,400 vehicles to the already dangerous East Missoula Interstate 90 intersection. Reason number two, Aspire is requesting rezoning and annexation to allow 7 dwelling units per acre. For several decades, the vast majority of the adjacent neighborhood was zoned and built under CRR3, maximum 4 dwelling units per acre, quarter-acre lots, and single-story houses. Most of us have larger lots. The area was rezoned only 2 years ago to 6 units per acre in July 2022. The growth policy zoning has not yet been adopted here. 6 units per acre already does not match the character of the neighborhood. DeNova's proposed housing map looks like San Francisco row houses crammed together. Per MCA, again, 76-2-304, 1G, rezoning does not consider the promotion of compatible growth. 1H, rezoning does not consider the character of the district. 1I, rezoning does not conserve and encourage the most appropriate use of land throughout the jurisdictional area. And reason number 3, the 800 and 900 blocks of Montana Avenue, Broughton Place, Summer Street, Angel Court, Iowa Street, and Canyon View Drive have view lots. We can see the Clark Fork River, the river corridor, the open space on the golf course, the railroad, and the Hellgate Canyon. Canyon View Drive is called Canyon View for a reason. Any 2-story structures will block our views and reduce our property values. Rejecting the zoning request retains houses to 6 units per acre instead of 7, somewhat reduces the crush of traffic, somewhat considers the character of the neighborhood, and removes the requirement for annexation. We ask that the committee recommend against rezoning and against annexation for some very good reasons. Thank you. Are there any questions?
No, sir. Thank you. Appreciate your time. And just to clarify, this body is not reviewing annexation in any way, shape, or form. That does not fall under our preview. So just to clarify that for y'all. Okay. Let's see. Annalicia, who's number 1 online? I can only see number 2. Say again? Okay, Stephanie. I don't have a last name, but feel free to unmute yourself and please make your comment. And this time I will actually remember to do the timer.
All right, so my name is Stephanie Lundberg. I live in East Missoula on Montana Avenue. I just had a couple of notes that I made as you guys were speaking. And some of them are questions, which I don't expect answers for, but I did want to get these out as questions. So we all heard the Grass Valley subdivision that came before this. It's a comparable size. Their traffic study pattern indicated that they would have 4,000 additional vehicles. How come theirs, they take 2 times as many trips? The talking about that Summer Street won't come to full traffic patterns until phase 4, but that all construction traffic will be going down that street, that kind of equates to the same amount, because that's going to be a lot of construction traffic. On the parkland, how can you call the floodplain a parkland? And really, honestly, it's people's backyards. I don't know how many people are going to feel very comfortable about recreating so close to other people's houses. I don't see that that's going to be strictly parkland. It looks like just land that they can't develop. For variance 1, you showed a slope picture. I don't think it's really applicable because it doesn't look like something where you would actually build houses on it. It was way too sloped. Variance 2, you said the main purpose is to keep Waterside Drive at 10% of traffic. So it's a variance that's strictly designed to limit the amount of traffic on Waterside and divert it to Summers. I don't think that's quite right. There are a lot of variances. They do seem to be for maximizing the number of units. One thing you guys never said that the other people did say was that you never said affordable. You never said the word affordable once. Yeah, it's infill, but isn't infill supposed to be affordable housing or some variant of that nature? You said we need people for a grocery store. Well, the other people are getting almost the exact same number of houses, and they are getting a grocery store. So that's not a valid argument. So honestly, the people of Missoula aren't dumb. There was a reason that nobody commented on that other subdivision. It was well designed. It was something that people would want to live in. This is just the maximum number of houses that you can pile into a 35-acre section of land. There is really no forethought. I don't give you credit for 4% being parkland when 2% of it is unbuildable. Anyway, that's my comment. I've made other comments about other things, but that's my comment about what happened tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and well done. You stayed right in the timeline there. Okay, ma'am, do you want us, we're going to step up, and then James Brown, I will get to you after the person here in-house.
Hello, my name is Lisa Thomas. I'm a resident of East Missoula. I moved to East Missoula 20 years ago. I've also submitted some public comment that should be in a packet or available to you. I will not repeat those items, but I did want to ask you to question the 50 to 126 new school-aged children of a subdivision of this size. Something that size that are going to be 3-2 homes, you're not going to have one kid in every fourth home. So this is going to put about 200 kids into that neighborhood. And the Mount Jumbo School is only large enough for about 220 to 240 kids, plus the 100 kids that currently go to Rattlesnake School from East Missoula. So the current kids in East Missoula won't be able to go to Mount Jumbo if these kids move in and go to Mount Jumbo. Mount Jumbo's not that big. And if it is true that there's only going to be 50 to 100 kids coming from this new subdivision, Rattlesnake School is not full. I teach at Rattlesnake School. We're already down 50 kids, and we're declining. So 100 kids from this subdivision could easily go to Rattlesnake School. It would not reopen Mount Jumbo. The school district will not be able to afford to reopen Mount Jumbo. It needs a lot of work before it becomes a functioning public school. So that's another thing for you to consider. Moving on, it's nice that they're willing to do a little cosmetic work on Summers and then put 10 years of heavy construction equipment over it and 2,000 cars a day and have the county and me as a county resident pay to upkeep that street. And don't forget, when you put 2,000 cars on the street, people aren't stupid. They're going to go down other streets. You are not going to see the full 2,000 sitting, waiting to get on Highway 200. I live right on the other side of Highway 200. I won't sit and wait. I go out the other end of my neighborhood. Ta-da! So other people are going to go to Speedway and Clyde and Peacock and Montana. There are lots of other ways to get to Highway 200. None of those streets are going to get upgraded by the developer, only the one. And if the other drive is only taking 10%, yet the other subdivision that we just saw had 2 equal-sized with roundabout departure out of them. So why does this subdivision get 90% on one street and only 10% on the other? And that's because there was a legal little backroom deal between the people that live on Waterside Drive, their attorneys, and the developer's attorneys. That's why that's not happening. But it's still a public road. If I choose to go down Waterside Drive, it's a public street, I can drive down it. So I don't know where this idea that only 90% will go. People are going to go wherever they want. They're public roads. And I live in a high-density neighborhood. And you might provide 2 off-street parking so that on-street parking is not going to be a problem. Garages are storage units. People don't put their cars in them in my neighborhood. There are cars up and down my street all day long because their car don't go in their garages. Their extra stuff does. You might build a 2-car garage, but you can't make people put their cars in them. That's a whole nother issue that was a little bit of a problem in my neighborhood, and I love where I live. So I just want you to remember the previous subdivision that you approved was truly mixed use. It had supportive public comment. It was self-contained. It had affordable housing. It had open space. It had agriculture. What you're taking from East Missoula is 35 acres of what was hay production and now removing it and cramming as many homes into it as you possibly could. That's not open space. It's just not. So that other approval had a lot more going for it than this does. So I hope you think long and hard. Thank you. I won't take more time.
Great, thank you. Okay, we are going to now go to, it's James Brown, right? Okay. James, go ahead and unmute yourself and please state your name for the record. Oh, hold on, James. I see you talking, it looks like, but we're not hearing you. I see a line through your speaker now. Still not hearing anything from you, James. It looks like your speaker is muted. Now you're
Is it okay now?
Yep, now we got you.
Okay, finally found the right button. So I am Jim Brown. I'm the Conservation Chair for Five Valleys Audubon. And I want to comment about the riparian setback, which is woefully inadequate. And I want to explain that a little bit. The city has no setback policy, but that does not mean it's unimportant at all. It is important. The developer used wildlife data to describe the wildlife that's there based on a 1 mile wide resolution. It did not address the kind of wildlife that uses this narrow riparian corridor. And it also did not address what happens when you put all this subdivision in there to the wildlife that depends on this riparian corridor. The developer in their wildlife assessment mentioned several bird names, but mislabeled and misspelled 4 of them, which makes you wonder what knowledge they really had and how serious they really took this task. So Fish, Wildlife, and Park made a number of comments, and they pointed out how important this riparian corridor is. And they also recommended widening that corridor would greatly enhance the values. But Fish, Wildlife, and Park was not asked, what is a good, adequate riparian corridor. And I have to wonder, why wasn't Fish, Wildlife, and Parks asked this question on what is an adequate riparian setback? So the analysis of the adequate riparian setback, it needs to be corrected because it has not been done adequately at all. And it is an extremely important piece of this whole planning exercise. The planning board should recommend that the plat map be sent back to the developer for revision, and after going through an analysis of what an appropriate setback should be. Our river systems in Missoula are invaluable resource, and they need to be treated with respect and with knowledge so that all citizens can enjoy them now and into the future. This has not happened. And now is the time to correct this problem, not after the houses are on the ground, because then it's too late. You have to take action now to provide an adequate riparian setback. Thank you for considering this issue.
Great, thank you, Jim. Appreciate you sticking with us and taking the time to make a comment. Okay, we have somebody here in house, so we're going to go there next. Go, please.
Hi, I'm Lee Bridges, former chairman of the East Missoula Community Council back when Brian Throckmorton approached us about exchanging our Canyon View Park for use of the Aspire Subdivision's proposed 3-acre park. I urge you to vote no on rezoning of this property by Aspire Subdivision developers for reasons I will be posting on the Engage Missoula site at length. 3 minutes tonight will not be enough to do that. A quick overview of what I will be commenting on is Summers Street, the intersection of Summers and Highway 200, the impact on Mount Jumbo Elementary School that Lisa's already touched on, and our county community infrastructure, including the surrounding roads, all substandard, all 50-foot, except for Speedway being the one exception. It is 60-foot. Utilities and emergency calls. We understand that the property will be developed. We all know that. My objection is to the annexation into the city and its rezoning. This property is currently county, and with that, our community has a voice to work with the developers. If this sizable county property is annexed, we have no voice in the impact the subdivision has on our infrastructure, safety, traffic flow, fire and emergency concerns, and the well-being of our county community. The density the developer is seeking is not appropriate to fit in our finite community. We have very serious concerns that impact us. There is no requirement that the property be annexed. Please leave it county like it is so that we can have a voice in how it impacts our community and what compromises can be reached working with our community rather than against it. Please vote no on the rezoning. I understand that there's variances that it doesn't make a difference whether it's city or county. The variances will be made down the road anyway. I don't think staying in the county impacts this development the way the developer claims it does. I think it should remain in the county so that we can still have a voice about it and be a participant in developing our community rather than the city. I can say a lot more. I will when I post on the Engage Montana site, Missoula site.
Great, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Okay, I can't see who would be next. Say again. Richard? Okay, Richard, you are next.
Hello, thanks for having me. Unfortunately, it's a thing in showbiz, you don't want to follow and act like the Y, because that was awesome. It was planned out, it was progressive, and the details were amazing. With this project, not so much. There are so many things that they have dropped the ball on as far as due diligence is concerned, and I would definitely implore you to consider why we can only comment on this subdivision through the city's website, not the county's, the city's. Do we vote for the mayor? No. Do we vote for the city council? No. Who controls our water? The mayor and the city council. This is just one more example of East Missoula literally being, well, aspiration would be the best way to describe it. We're being choked out by greed. The why sounds like a utopia, but it hasn't been built yet. We've been here for 110 years, and this is not affordable housing. There is no rush, and it would be great maybe to renegotiate our contract with the city, or maybe fix Highway 200 first, or any of the empty promises we've been living in for the last 25 years. They kicked it down the road again another 10. And all around us, people get annexed. And they get city council representatives. They get voices. Where are our county commissioners? I haven't seen one of them at any of these meetings. In PS, in their project timeline, the developer-sponsored neighborhood meeting, yeah, you should have gone to that because that's not what happened. And developer sponsors means they advertise it. The East Missoula Community Council had to advertise it. And when we showed up, it was like an open house without deviled eggs. Like, get it together. At that place, I asked the man who was speaking and the other two people who were there representing 406, if you weren't going to be annexed into the city, would you still build in East Missoula? And they all said yes. Each one of them said yes. And you could just see the lie on their face. When I pushed further and I asked about, in their application packet J1, the weed management plan, much like the gentleman was referring to the Audubon, they have a plan for Japanese knotweed in their weed management section. They don't realize that Japanese knotweed is a non-native invasive species, that I had to have the county weed extension come out to my house today to spray with pesticide. You can't touch it. You have to clean off your tools with alcohol. In their instructions, they tell their homeowners to mow it. That is the most irresponsible thing anybody could ever do. And they had no idea what I was talking about. And it's in their packet. So I don't have a very high vote of confidence, especially since they sent out information to 75 homeowners. When I live 2 blocks up, I can see them. Like, they're that close to me. I think their reach should have been a little bit farther and a little bit more extensive, and definitely a little bit more thought out, because East Missoula, we're really sick and tired of living in this indentured servitude. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate you taking the time to provide your comments for us. And you did pretty good on time as well, not even be able to see the timer. Now we have somebody in-house. Please come on up.
Thank you. Sue Holden from the East Missoula Community Council.
Thanks, Peter.
Following Richard is a tough act. I just would like to address the traffic impact. Largely in part is the traffic study that's online was done in 2021. And then the update that was posted showing April of 2023 is the exact same study from 2021. Back in that time, the new Shaw Run parking lot was not done. The Marshall Mountain had not been developed, and there was already considerable concern about the traffic going through East Missoula instead of on the Highway 200. The Highway 200 corridor project, even though the funding has been secured and what we thought the plans had already been approved, come to find out that they're being replanned now, and what was originally proposed may not necessarily be what's going to happen. That's a critical infrastructure project that's going to help East Missoula tremendously. With 90% of the traffic going on Summer Street, a lot of the other issues have already been mentioned, so I won't bring those up again. But not one resident that lives on Summer Street was notified, because they only notified people that lived within 150 feet of the proposed subdivision. So all of those people were left in the dark. And their only way of finding out about a lot of this was through their involvement with the East Missoula Community Council. The new Shaw Run parking lot has been great, but it's done nothing to ease the parking along the shoulder of the highway. There's just as much traffic still being parked there, and with 2,100 cars going to be doing Summer Street. And of course, I'm sure a lot of those new residents are also going to go, well, they can walk out their back door from what it sounds like. The point being is the traffic that's being directed to Summer Street is having an impact on Highway 200 as a whole, and not just on Summer Street. People are going to divert off onto Speedway. People are going to divert off to Clyde Street just because they're not going to be able to get through from Summers onto Highway 200, turning left or right. The speed limit currently on Highway 200 is 35 miles per hour through East Missoula. Right after you go over Brickyard Hill, right at the old Shaw Run fishing access site, it changes to 55 miles per hour. We were told that that speed limit would be reduced because not only with the new Shaw Run parking, but because across on the other side of the highway is all residential. Now again, if you add 2,100 more cars that are going to go either direction, maybe they work in Bonner, maybe they work in Milltown, whatever the case might be, they're going to add to that congestion. And at 55 miles per hour, we're just waiting for somebody to get killed there at the new parking lot area. At the last public meeting that was held at Mount Jumbo School, what I found to be of interest is the homes are going to be anywhere from $450,000 upwards of $800,000 homes, with a couple of them had said they're going to aim for around $600,000 homes. That doesn't fit in with the rest of the characteristics of East Missoula. I have spoken to a representative at Missoula County Public Schools about Mount Jumbo School, and I was told by that particular employee that MCPS has absolutely no intention of reopening Mount Jumbo School. They've not kept up with that infrastructure. Right now, it's housing the Friends of Children program and also some law enforcement for training. They have according to what they've told me on more than one occasion, they have no intention of opening up Mount Jumbo School. So that's a teaser. The proposed subdevelopment will not financially benefit East Missoula in any way, shape, or form. It's actually going to cost the county more money down the road to maintain that additional traffic on Summer Street, in addition to all the other streets in East Missoula. Earlier tonight, I've heard a couple of different people mention about no hardships to the developer or created by the developer in different contexts throughout this. Yet what about the hardships to the residents that live out there in East Missoula? Not only are those people, say directly on Summers or there on Montana, that are going to be adjacent of that property, the hardships that they're facing, and just hardships in general. We don't have a grocery store. Do we want one? Absolutely. We would like a community center too. You know, there's a lot of other things that are needed out there before we go and add more homes that aren't affordable, aren't going to be sold, given the economy as it is in Missoula or East Missoula. And the 3 new developments, 4 actually, around the Ole's, they're not full. 2 of the other newer developments that have been built out in East Missoula since, they're not full, and those are rentals. So we're going to be overbuilding if we allow this subdivision to go into East Missoula. It's a beautiful subdivision, don't get me wrong. It looks really pretty in pictures, especially color pictures. But it doesn't belong in East Missoula. It belongs in something out there like the Y, where they have nothing around them that's going to impact any other residents.
I'm going to have to ask you to try and wrap up, please.
I am. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, Alicia, who's next online? Janet. Okay. Janet online, you are next in the queue.
Okay, thank you. I agree with what my neighbors have been saying, and I also urge you to vote no. I do have a few questions. I also recognize that it will be developed. However, I think there needs to be more thought put into this. And my questions are, if the density, there's a lot of work to say that the density would be the same if it was county or city. And if that's true, I don't understand the push to make it city. So that's kind of a question. And the other question is that it was stated that it would be city firemen. However, I think it's well known that it would be East Missoula would be closest and would respond soonest. All volunteer. So I find that kind of a weird omission that it's not discussed, because that, I think, has a huge impact on the people who would buy houses there too, is what I'm concerned about. I do have just also a question about variance 3, where it's stated, well, there's not many people that would walk in that area, so if we're missing the sidewalk for a space, it doesn't really matter. And I'm concerned for children or other people playing there and walking there. So that I think looking at that a little further, or thinking about a better way to handle that, might be important. And finally, I just would say, there was a lot of statements made about the hardship, the shape of the land, the fact there's pre-existing houses, and I have to say back to that concern, we should be listening to the shape of the land. It's not a hardship. If you're trying to push too much into a space, then it looks like a hardship, but it's not really. It's just what you want to buy and what you want to develop may not fit completely, may need to have a little less density, is my point. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Janet. Appreciate you sticking with us in our late hour. Go ahead, step on up and state your name and fire away.
I'm Gretchen Murray. I live on Canyon View Drive, just behind the garage and the Summers property in Newbert Summers. It was an awesome place for my kids to grow up. I'll try and be consistent and brief, but I heard a lot tonight about the importance of this wonderful subdivision and how it's so, it just sounded like it was this wonderful bubble, but it didn't approach how we as a community would be impacted. Before I forget, the road that is behind my fence, but that goes up along there, it's a previous trolley that went all the way from Missoula to Bonner, and I apologize, I don't have the history of that, but that might be worth researching a little bit too. The density that they're seeking is just far too dense to adequately fit in our community. It's too much traffic, and I think that a lot of people have said that. The summers, I'm really concerned about, when I spoke with the man at the presentation about the parking and where will the residents park along Summers, I'm going to ask each of you to take a drive down Summers Avenue. Many times we're driving to home, and I drive it twice a day, 3 times a day, and you have to pull over to let the person go by, and that's in the existing space. Where are the residents, current residents, going to park? And the man said, well, they can park on the side street. And we said, there are stop signs. And he says, you can park. Oh, you can't. Oh, we'll take those out. So there's not a full plan in there. I'm not sure how that's going to work. So I just ask you to slow this down. I know that there's some need. We have had some criminal action behind in the garage back there, and we do have concerns about that. But we really want this to be thought out before this humongous development goes in. And so please take time, slow it down if you can, and look at the residents of East Missoula. We're a great community, and we've had a close bond with each other for years. And we'd like to embrace the new people that come into that, and that's far too many for us to even consider at this point. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your being here, Gretchen. Who we got online? Rod. Okay, so we're going to go on to next to an online person, Gerhard Knudsen. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, it's all yours. Take it away.
I'm Gerhard Knudsen, offering comments on behalf of Five Valleys Audubon. As Jim Brown noted in his remarks, our concern with the Spire subdivision centers on its impact on the site's valued riparian habitat. Simply stated, the proposed riverfront lots are too close to that habitat. They need to be set back much further from the river to reduce the impact of human use occurring on the property. I think significantly, the recently updated county zoning regulations call for a 170-foot setback for land development on the specific reach of the Clark Fork that flows by the Spire subdivision. Our concern at this point is that in spite of substantive comment regarding inadequate riparian area protection, the staff report concludes that, and I quote, the subdivision would result in the loss of wildlife habitat and reduced wildlife values. However, the riverfront parkland would continue to provide habitat, and the impacts can be mitigated through the imposition of living with wildlife covenants and stormwater management provisions as conditions of approval. This conclusion suggests that the loss of a critical habitat and one that occupies less than 4% of Montana's land area is acceptable. Riparian environments exist as critical habitat for a wide range of wildlife. And two, migrating wildlife follow river corridors during their journeys and use riparian habitat as stopover areas for resting and feeding. It's a scarce and far too valuable habitat to sustain any intentional reduction. Importantly, in its comments addressing riparian setbacks proposed by the applicant, the Department of Fish, Wildlife, Parks cautions that, and I again quote, given the proximity of individual lots and the developed trail to the riparian zone and how narrow the designated riparian and buffer zones are, there will be a continual risk of degradation to these protections. The staff also concludes and finds that the impacts to the riparian environment can be mitigated by requiring a living with wildlife covenant and stormwater management as conditions of approval. Neither address the real issue of how to preserve the extant riparian vegetation and habitat. Living with wildlife covenants help residents minimize conflicts of wildlife on and around the property. Such matters as gardens and garbage and wildlife feeding, not habitat preservation. Stormwater management might address the hydrologic changes affecting the riparian area, not, however, the overall impact of human development and use that adjoins valued wildlife habitat. That said, we see no basis for the conclusion that adequate protections are in place to limit the impact of the subdivision on the natural environment. Absent the presence of a much wider buffer area between the riverfront lots and the riparian habitat, the impact of planned development cannot be mitigated. Thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your time and energy as well being here. I'd like to be in bed, I know that. Okay, sir, go ahead.
I think we all would like to be in bed right about now.
Right.
Bill Junkemeyer, I'm an adjacent homeowner. Just a couple of questions. Is Dave still on the line?
Yes, absolutely. Dave DeGrand-Prix is still here.
Okay. Question for you, Dave. Was there, the south end of the property has the multifamily units. Was there any noise mitigation discussed around that south end of the property?
And let me just address this now. I forgot to mention this earlier. For your questions, like we're taking notes and writing them down, and then we'll try and address them to the best of our ability when we get through everybody.
Then I'll move on. The other aspect here, talking about the riparian and the setback from the river, et cetera. If anybody has visited that property and along the river, the birds and the wildlife are a wonderful natural resource there. And without the proper setbacks along the river to encourage this wild habitat, you will destroy the wildlife population, including the birds. They'll move elsewhere and we'll lose that wonderful asset along the river. So I'd certainly push that as a condition of approval that the developer and the city of Missoula meet with the Five Valleys Audubon in determining what kind of a setback, what kind of riparian distance needs to be in place to encourage the wildlife to stick around throughout this development. The other thing that's been talked about mostly here is the traffic. And we had this discussion with the county when this development first came up. The amount of traffic this development will generate, it's going to go over Waterside, it's going to go over Summers, it's going to go over Speedway, it's going to go throughout East Missoula. And without a comprehensive traffic plan for East Missoula and the necessary updates and upgrades to Speedway, to Montana 200, to Waterside, to Deer Creek, et cetera, we're going to cause major bottlenecks in that area. We're not saying we're opposed to the development. We're just saying let's plan it and not react to it, and let's plan out the traffic patterns in East Missoula and make the necessary repairs. So I'd also urge that a condition of approval on this would be that there's a comprehensive East Missoula traffic study and a plan is put in motion to update for this. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your time, sir. Okay, how we doing? We got you coming up? Okay, come on. We're done online. I'm not seeing anybody. Okay. Thank you, Peter.
My name is Cynthia Nesbitt. Thank you for listening to all our comments, giving it the attention that it deserves. All of my neighbors made some really good comments about the concerns and stuff. One for me was, is there going to be actual river access, like to get to the river to like go floating or something? If so, what's that going to look like for parking in the summertime? Sharon is already a mess even with that new parking area. Like Sue said, they still park there, so parking is just going to be a mess. To get onto Highway 200 from Summers and also around Sharon, how that's going to look. I live at the end of Clyde, and like it seems we have to sit there for a while to get onto Highway 200. When we were at the last town hall meeting, we were told that there was going to be uncontrolled intersections, which would allow parking closer to the intersection. Right now, every intersection on Summers is controlled, and taking that away is a huge safety issue. There's a lot of kids that play there, a lot of people that walk, ride bikes, walk their dogs. And then as far as Summers go, instead of, kind of being like, well, this is what it's going to look like, it'd be nice to get a public opinion on that as well. If the developer could go around and talk to the neighbors, find out what they would like. Another thing at the open house was I asked about if it wasn't annexed into the city, would it still be developed? And I was told no, but they told other people that it would still be developed. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your time and being here. Come on up, ma'am.
My name is Linda Ensign. I live at 801 Montana Avenue, which abuts the new subdivision, and I'm here to speak against the rezoning request regarding the Aspire Nova subdivision. I know many of you are thinking these folks are all just not in my backyard, and I'll not deny that there is an element of that. Certainly, if I was the decider-in-chief, it wouldn't be in my backyard. But that said, there are reasons why this subdivision should not go forward with zoning revisions as planned. The considerable increase in traffic in East Missoula is one reason. East Missoula is landlocked with Highway 200 as the only access and egress. Highway 200 has already seen a large increase in the traffic density due to the not yet complete golf course complex and subdivision that drains over the Deer Creek Bridge. Also, one of the accesses for Aspire, and the multi-unit development at Clyde and 200, just one block west of Summers, which Aspire's design is access and egress to 90% of the additional vehicle traffic Aspire predicts. I expect their prediction is low because it doesn't take into account the increase in traffic issues and parking that will occur upon opening a new access to the river. The situation being created poses a genuine danger to the community as well as impacting the livability. You only need to watch the smoke billowing up a few miles from the South Hills neighborhoods to be reminded of the vulnerability of our community. 2, the suitability of the land. I have lived adjacent to the proposed subdivision for 45 years. We ice skated on the pond that formed in wet years when I was younger. The subdivision plot calls for townhouses to be built on that area. A portion of the property to be subdivided is a natural wetland. The entire property is home to deer, bear, etc., as all river corridors are. Our neighborhood is zoned for 4 units per acre. The new zoning, I understand, increases that number of units, but it seems as though the Aspire subdivision is considerably out of sync with the current building for the land above it. I know this property will be developed, but you can protect the safety and integrity of our existing community by denying this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we'll give you guys, anybody else want to come up? I don't think we want to be here that late. Anybody online that I'm not seeing? Okay, I'll give it a second here, see if anybody needs to build up the courage. I'll make a note. Okay. Oh, all right, we do have somebody online.
Hey, this is Eric Berry, located at the south end of Summers Drive on Angels Court. right by the entrance of the development. I guess my main concerns are the timing and I guess guarantee of those improvements on Summers. You know, I voiced my opposition to the development mainly because I haven't seen a lot of clarity from either the developers, the county, the city as to who's going to be responsible, who holds the check for updating Summers, making it safe, and ensuring that this new subdivision with a large population growth for East Missoula, who's responsible for ensuring that corridor on Summers becomes safe for this additional traffic, as well as the construction traffic that's anticipated for the next 10 years. You know, right now, I'm a lifelong Missoulian. I've lived in a lot of neighborhoods across Missoula, including Lolo. I've really come to love East Missoula for its sense of quiet and just really good neighborhood community presence in East Missoula. And I'm a bit concerned, I guess, with the proposal that's going to essentially turn Summers from a quiet community county street where kind of everybody drives slow and you wave to your neighbors, and I'm concerned about that turning Summers into more of a mini highway, throughway with all this new population. So, thank you much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate your comments this evening. Okay. Anybody else in-house here? All right. Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And if we miss somebody and maybe they're not too late, maybe we'll open it up again. But for now, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. And, well, we're a little out of our normal waters. What do you got, Peter?
Well, I'm wondering if we want to, because of the hour and how tired we are, I'm wondering if we can give it the kind of due diligence we need to, and whether we want to postpone making both comments and decisions as a board until our next meeting. I don't know if we can afford to take the time to do that, but I'd like to at least propose that we consider that.
Very well, staff, do you have any feedback? Oh, I don't think that's not a positive.
You have a July 30th meeting that has 3 items on it. August 6th has 1 hearing and 1 special presentation. That'd probably be the first time that you could bring it up at a meeting, would be August.
Okay.
Unless you set a special meeting at some point in between, which would require some shenanigans on our end to figure out.
Okay, all right.
You also need to connect here with Dave.
Yes.
Subdivisions are on state mandated timelines.
Rick, what do you got? And then we'll see what Dave's thinking.
Would we have to reopen public hearing since we have to renotice it as well?
Yeah.
If you continue it to a date certain, we can announce that day, and that will serve as notice typically.
Okay.
But will there be a new public comment period?
I would
There
suggest
doesn't-
that you
Yeah,
open
go ahead.
Public comments again, if you continue I think
Right,
it's just it's a good business practice.
Yeah, that's my belief too, so.
I withdraw my suggestion.
Thank you. And Peter, I think we have enough quorum that if you feel like you need to bow out, that's totally respectable. Just so you know that. Okay. So, I think we need to get a motion on the floor so we can have some discussion and address all of the questions we have in front of us. Does that seem like the most appropriate path forward? Does that seem good for you, Dave?
Yes, that'll work. I will share my screen now. And just for everyone's information, I do think that we probably could continue the public hearing on the August 6th Planning Board agenda, as Karen Hughes suggested. It goes to the Land Use and Planning Committee for a pre-public hearing informational meeting on the 7th, and then to the City Council for their own public hearing and potential decision on the 12th. So I'd be cutting it pretty short, but I do think it can be done, and we could advertise appropriately. I don't think we need to send out all new public notices. I think we could just post on the website, and on the city's website, and also engage Missoula, continuation of the public hearing, if that's what the board chooses.
Okay, great. I'm hearing some affirmatives to that. However, I would like to address some questions. Do we feel like we have the stamina to maybe address some questions? Rick, go ahead.
I think we should address the questions as well, but I just want to throw this out there. I'm inclined, couple comments. One is, I very much believe that this subdivision is too close to the river and doesn't have the necessary buffer. It would not make it under county regulations based on what we've got in the back end. And other issues with it, whether it meets the whether it would serve to begin gentrification of East Missoula. But that's another issue. But I just wanted to throw that out there because I don't know what order, if we get there, that we want to do this. I'm kind of okay with the rezone because it's the same number, but not okay with the plat. So I'm throwing that out there.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I support what Rick is saying, that there's a major flaw in this design in the river, and it's not based on the factual situation. So also, I'm not so sure that this density fits the character there, even though the zoning asset. But anyway, a better design would work better, mostly along the river. That's poorly done. I had a lot of questions, but they already been answered by Audubon Society.
Great, thank you, Dave. Go ahead, Josh.
I just had some questions about the riverfront trail, and I think it's a good endeavor to get people to the river and along the river. What sometimes can happen, though, is that will lead to bandit trails down from that riverfront trail, which can, create erosion of the stream bank and some negative impacts that way. Have there been any talk or design about how you're going to get people from that riverfront trail to the river? Because they're going to want to get to the river.
City parks. I mean, that's for them to decide what they.
Can I address that?
Yes, please go ahead, Dave.
All right, thanks. Dave DeGrand, City of Missoula Development Services. So there have been several iterations of this project. Originally, the riverfront area was going to be dedicated to a homeowners association, and that was one of the questions that was brought up, and the Conservation District requested some fencing and some measures like that. Later on, City Parks agreed to accept the river and manage it. And so I guess I would put forth that City Parks has more capacity than anyone else, although it's limited naturally due to staffing constraints, budget constraints, things like that. But I think they have more capacity than anyone else to manage access to the river and put safeguards in place. Exactly how that would take place, no, those plans haven't been made yet. So that's a little premature.
Okay, Peter?
I had a couple of thoughts. I was going through the recommended motions, and whenever I believe that I'm concerned, as many of our public are concerned about traffic. And I was going through and saying, I don't support those, like recommendation number 2 and 3, but I don't really care too much about how, I support the length of the blocks. I don't care if they're too long. I'm concerned about the riparians, the comments that we've made so far about that. So if we were to go through each of these recommended motions, I'd be voting a third of them no and supporting maybe another, out of the 10 of them, I'd support maybe 5 or 6. But what resonates for me is the comment of one of the public who said, we're not ready to be there yet. We need to consider some of the impact of traffic, the riparian situation. So that's where I'm leaning.
You guys want me to start to answer when you have questions, or you just want, because I have answers to a lot of those, if you want to answer it right now or wait till the end, or?
For sure. When I feel like we have a specific question to kind of get answered, we'll get to you. Right now, we're trying to work out how we want to proceed, whether we're going to table this or whether we're going to, we're conversating, but this is our way of trying to get to whether we're going to deal with this tonight or push it to August 6th. Josh, go ahead.
My opinion is that there's 10 motions to talk about, and that's a lot to do.
Yeah.
After what we've already done. That's just my feeling, but I'll go either way. I had a question about why is this being annexed to the city? Just to kind of, I think that helps the context for the subdivision. Yeah,
Go ahead,
I'd appreciate
please.
an answer.
You'll need to come up and introduce yourself. Sorry, Brian.
Brian Throckmorton with 406 Engineering. So when you tie into city sewer and water, you annex the city. Let's go through examples. Canyon View Golf Course, the Ranch Club, 44 Ranch, Heron's Landing, Remington Flats. Any of those, even that they're out there, they go through county. But when you tie to county sewer or city sewer and water, you're held to city standards. So if we were to go through the county, we would still have to go through all the city engineering, and the city would we'd have to go through streets and stormwater as well, because they plan to annex this area. They don't give you sewer and water without planning to annex at some point. So then the city would have to make sure that we were to city standards on all streets, stormwater, any kind of infrastructure. Then we would have to go to the county and do the same thing over again through multiple phases when the area is already planning to be annexed to the city. And the city engineering, they want you to be annexed. It's just a lot easier for them. The one thing that is going to be on the plat to help with the other infrastructure is this subdivision can't dispute any RSIDs to Summers, Speedway, Deer Creek. So that means they're 100% a yes vote to pay for county infrastructure if they need it for maintenance. So they're a pool of money to upgrade Speedway, to upgrade Deer Creek. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to solely pay for it, but every one of those houses is a yes vote if that is desired by the residents in those areas. So it's recognized, and that's the same thing that happens everything out on Mullen Road has all those same RSIDs. You can't dispute them. That's what happens on Chuckwagon, Mullen, you have the impact fees as well. But this is a very common thing to go through some county to then get to city. You got a golf course that's further away than we are that does the same thing. So when you tie to city infrastructure, I don't know, unless you guys can name one, a large subdivision that's tied to city infrastructure that is not annexed to the city. It's the way that it's set up. The city is set to take infrastructure like this more than the county is. And they have the ability to maintain them, to set the streets, to set the standards, and go through this whole process. I mean, this is our subdivision package that we had to put together. This is what it looks like. So I know you guys just went through Grass Valley, but I'm going to guarantee it's not this thick. That's huge. There's a lot of information that we've gone through and embedded on all of this. There's a riparian resource plan in the very last part of it that I know was not brought up about.
Oh, sorry, you're not on the mic.
Oh, sorry. I mean, you know, this is the size. There's a riparian resource plan in section Q in here that talks about what that really means, where the riparian area really is. You know, we've gone through this with city staff, city planning. I mean, the bigger parts to this too, I know that density is a big part, but you also have affordable. I don't want to use affordable anymore because I don't know what's affordable. It's crazy. A brand new house just isn't really affordable. But if we do quarter acre lots, you're going to look like Linda Vista, and every house is going to be 900,000 to 1.1 million. That's what quarter acre lots have anymore. But, you know, we have the ability with a little higher density in what we're showing to kind of have a mix of that and reduce some of those costs. So it is a struggle when we hear it's too dense, but then the houses cost too much, and that you have to have one or the other. And there's only so much that you can put into an area that you want. If we put, you know, a third of it into parks, that means the rest of the subdivision has to pay for all that land that's in parks, so they have to be really expensive houses. So, you know, like a caution about like getting crazy on changing what we've done, because we've tried to find that mix with the city. We've really worked with them on providing extra parks, a center park, providing the river to city parks so they can maintain that, but they can be the ones to maintain it. It's the public interest, public can access it. And then we also kind of have a blend of housing. So, you know, that's my spiel on it, but we have put, I mean, a ton of effort into it.
Great, thank you, Brian, appreciate it. No, sir, I'm sorry, we can't allow that at this point in time. No, not at this point in time. Okay. Lynn, I see your hands up, and you haven't had the chance to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just look at, I'd like to look at the list of what we're voting on today, again, please, and see if there's a way forward. Since we've already put this much time into it, I would prefer to complete this for this evening, would be my vote. And this is all that we're...
What's on the screen there is half. We have 10 motions. I'll get you just a sec, Dave. We have 10 motions as a whole.
Okay, and it's a question. If we do not approve the rezoning, do we still have to vote on all the variances? Are they negated because of that?
If we were to not approve the first motion, then the rest would become moot.
I would suggest otherwise, if you don't mind. Dave DeGrand-Prey, City of Missoula. I'd say if you're going to vote, because the density could be achieved either way. If it would just change the zoning, so it would change the zoning on the 35-acre property. We'll put down the Aspire overlay. But I would hate to just vote on one motion and forego all of the others. We do have a 80 working day review period to act on this subdivision, and that period expires on the 26th of August. And so I would prefer not to leave holes like that.
Yes, and I apologize, Dave. I did not mean to suggest that we would not review those. I was just trying to confirm that if we don't vote for the rezone, the condition or the variances, then, you know, like we did in the past, we will discuss and go through them, but they do become moot because the rezone was not approved. Is that more accurate?
Well, I talked to the city attorney about this after the last meeting, and his advice was to vote on all of the motions.
Okay.
Whether that happens tonight or on the 6th, that's up to you all, but to take those steps.
Great. Okay, so what I am hearing from board members is they're kind of done, and they're tired.
Well, if I can, I'd like to offer a motion to continue this to August 6th.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to push this to August 6th by Dave, seconded by Rick,
I second the motion.
and thirded by Peter. Okay, we will do an up and down vote for this one. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All those opposed to the motion? Any abstentions? And the motion carries unanimously. Okay, so this will be continued on August 6th. I wanted to address annexation a little bit and remind folks again that, like, even though it is coming up within the context of this discussion, we have no purview over annexation whatsoever. And that will need to be addressed when the city reviews that. I don't know if we got a date for that, but it's August 12th, thank you, coming up. And I'm assuming that you all will attend that as well, but that will be the place to address the annexation. And then we will come back to this on August 6th and weigh it in its entirety again. Dave, go ahead.
Thanks. Just a quick question on whether any additional information would be helpful to the board members, if there's anything that I can do to try to, areas of emphasis, questions that you have. I know there's a heck of a lot of information that went around tonight, lots of questions from the public, et cetera. So is there anything that you would like me to focus on in the meantime?
Board members?
My biggest concern is traffic, density of traffic increases. Anything that you can do to shed light on just how significant this development will be in increasing traffic on existing roads would be helpful to me.
Lynn, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to know, if you don't do the overlay, what the number of units would be, and what's lost if you don't do the overlay. Thank you.
Okay, and just as a clarification, Lynn, that slide was within the presentation, so it'll be in your packet as well. Just so you know that you got some time to look through it. It's a big packet, don't get me, I totally understand. We had some really big packets tonight. Anything else? Okay, Derek, go ahead.
Yeah, just my question is, there's been a couple comments about riparian area protection, and I'd just like maybe a little more input in that area.
Josh, anything?
Yeah, I agree with Derek. I'd just like to understand what the county setback would be if it was in county, what that would look like compared to what the proposal is. Understand that difference.
I forgot the number the Autobahn folks gave to us, but it's 100-something feet.
There's a memo in the packet.
Okay, there's a memo in the
that
packet with the
from the
Autobahn.
county that says 50 feet from the river and 125 feet from the riparian buffer. That would make it 175 feet.
So, and I think for my personal perspective, Dave, I think that the riparian area is maybe one of the bigger concerns. And then I think the noise, that was, it was brought up here, just one of our last commenters. I was looking at the interstate being so close to that south end of the property and just wondering about noise abatement, and thinking about how that is becoming a reality for all of us. Okay, anything else? All right, it's been a bit of a marathon. We didn't quite make it to the end. Thank you, everybody. Brian.
So density isn't a concern for you guys?
As a whole, I can't speak for the other folks.
I didn't hear density as one of the
I think Peter said that density was a concern. And I'm just repeating it because the MCAT lady will come out here and yell because you're not speaking into microphone.
Yes, so there was a question, a question from the, Brian, with 406, engineering concerning, density within the zoning. And I mean, as far as the rezone to 5.4 or RT 5.4 residential NCA, I'm not, I'm okay with that. I see that as being reasonable. It's, yeah, I mean, it's really right in there with what exactly the county is doing. Like, that's pretty clear as far as I'm concerned. And that added overlay seems to make it a little better, in my opinion. Okay, with that, is there anything else on the agenda? Okay, all right. I don't have one in front of me. So we're going to call tonight's meeting adjourned. And just to let everybody know, this is all volunteer. Everybody up here is a volunteer. So just, thanks for being here. Appreciate your time. And with that, we're going to adjourn for the night.